Ready or not, here we go. Good morning or afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my build stream for the LDO Switchwire Kit. Hey everyone in chat. Whew, I hope I'm ready for this. I did some last minute printing. I hope I didn't forget anything. We have a manual to go over. I want to go over a few things that are going to be different about this kit than would be called for in the manual. Mostly around the wiring, but there's a few printed parts differences. We're going to play with my normal camera angle and have some coffee. And I am going to try switching this camera because I have 3 cameras and I don't think it'll be too difficult to move the top camera around if I want a better view. But I think for the most part this might be a good view for a lot of things. So let's get started, I think. So let's start with the manual. Actually, let's start with the changes. So LDO has a guide, and let's start with their printed parts guide. And this is on at docs.ldomotors.com. It's the same site that they have their V0.1 kit documentation at. So there are a few notes here. Particularly their cable chains are some generic, seem to be decent quality cable chains, but they use the 2-hole style mounting. So making sure to, if by the time these come out, I haven't renamed those to the file names to be a little more intuitive, then you're looking for the IGUS ones for this kit. They made a slight modification to the power inlet on the rear grille. Their inlet has spacing 1.2 millimeters. The one we spec is 1 millimeter. There's no real difference otherwise. I did not print these 30-30 wire clips. I'm not sure we're going to need them. And they're not going to be critical to being able to finish the build. We don't need the Y-carriage drill guide, because the Y-carriage that's included is pre-drilled. And they included feet instead of printing the TPU feet. Now they did an alternate design for the terminal cover for the heat bed, and we'll see that when we get to it. I think it works out pretty well. I helped them a little bit with this. Just some tweaks on it. The Y belt anchor, we're recommending, and they're going with it, going sensorless on Y. It's super easy to set up on this. So there's an alternate belt anchor that just does away with the spot for a switch and just puts plastic there so it has something to bump against. These are going to be Dragonfly hot ends, so I printed out that. And I printed out the alternate parts needed to run the Heart K toolhead PCB, including the wiring cover. They specify a little ring to put around the bearings for the keyback pulley. I printed it. We'll see how I like it. I'm not sure that it's needed. There's a flange on those bearings, and that cable is always under tension, so it should never come off. They use Wagos for the AC mains powering, and there's a mount for it. And then there's a little PCB mount. Oops, sorry, I bumped my camera. For the electronics compartment side of the toolhead PCB. And then I printed the mount for the SKR. So, just some things to note if you're diving into this. There are some parts changes in order to work with this, and I should have them all printed out. I think I am hopefully set to go. I think we might get a pretty decent look at this stellar blue and stellar black that we're going to go with here. let's see. The next part of their documentation is going to be around a wiring guide. So we're going to go through that as we need it. I'm not going to go through the whole thing right now. I need to get started on this build if we're going to do it in one sitting. So anyway, let's go to the, oops, I want to start over here. So assembly documentation. So I will do all I can to pay attention to chat. I do want to get through this. I'll make notes as I'll highlight things as I come across them. But let's get going. I did buy, oops, let's go here. I went out and found a remnant from a local countertop place. So hopefully this will be sufficient. It was not as cheap as I was hoping, but it is finished. Everything, this is a piece that they had made for another customer who never picked it up. So it is polished and rounded off, and it's a nice little piece. It's not quite as deep as I would want it to be, but I think it'll work fine. So let's go back to the manual. I should have added another view here, but we'll see how this works. Manual just covers all the hardware, and then we're going to get right into building the frame. So let's go here and get our frame pieces out that we're going to need. Just about everything, so. These next, let's put those over there. Let's get rid of the box. We have, and we're going to need hardware. Let's go here. Fasteners. Tools. PHP tape. PTFE tubing. Zip ties. Get right into the hardware bag. This will be interesting. So I need the big. So these are 30/30, 30/60. So they use M8s for the blend bolts. I'm just gonna stick these back here. So we are starting with short pieces. And those are going to go into the 30/60s. Oh, that's interesting. I'm just going through kind of the best way to explain this. I'm guessing that this manual is going to eventually get a revision to call out some things, because right now we're going through here and it has you attach these, but it doesn't yet tell you where. But if you come down here, there's a little diagram that shows all the dimensions. So that 90 millimeters is the critical measurement that we're looking at. Chris, for the drill guides on Trident, no. If you get a regular Prusa Y carriage for switchwire, then you'll need the Y carriage drill guide. Okay, so we are going to dive into this because I'm just going to pre-thread these N8s. Just most of the way. Hi, Pendolo. From Italy. Nice. These over here. Let's see. I'm just looking to see if there happens to be any blemishes on here I want to hide, which will determine what orientation I want to put these. I'm not seeing anything. There's a little nick right there, so I'm going to put that to the inside. Oh, I'm going to put that to the inside, which means it's going to go like that. Front of the printer is now that way. I don't think I can get this on my little, I have to go one at a time, which is fine. I can use a few of the tools that came with it. Oh, that's not, is that not the right size? Holy moly. Okay. One thing real quick. I wanted to keep a list of notes on the kit because it doesn't include an Allen wrench that will fit the M8 hardware. So I have plenty. So we're just gonna get those close. And these need to be 90 millimeters. So we can either use our calipers here. Oh, look at that. Where are we at? Really, the critical part of this is that they be the same. Yeah, let's do this. Also, when I built my first Switchwire, I did a quick model of a little plastic insert here that just holds, and this actually ends up working. I mean, you can use a ruler, you can use calipers. I'm going to use this because I made it. Those are the same, which is what's important. Hey, Sanity. I'm not going to use thread locker on these, Greg. Not on the frame. measurements. Hey, George. They're all the same. Back to the manual. Move this around. So now this is the front towards me. It wants the extrusion with the blind holes in it and some in, some 30-30 spring-loaded T-nuts. There we go, those went in nice. And it looks like in 5x10. Hey, Super Smash. What is that what this is? Yeah, I don't know what's... Huh. This is going to be a long day, but it ought to be fun. Okay, what is the measurement for that? 140 millimeters to each side. Let's try this. I do not have well, I have a caliper that will work, but let me get my, see if I have my square in here. I have a square. That is really close. Can I get? No. Yep, let's bring out these guys. $140.4. That would be expected. It's half a millimeter off. I'm a little off there. $190 millimeters to the outsides. That's probably easier to measure. Yeah, that was tough troubleshooting that on near a strain troubleshooting that on cameras. Really tough. But he got through it. Good morning, Keiju Rufu. I'm just taking trying to take some care here and making sure this is centered, and that is the same. Nope. Let's check the back just to confirm. Just a little bit. Yeah, that is off just a hair. Like a little bit of extra time here is just going to save us headaches later. That's why. Okay. It is straight, but it's off. I'm not getting this measurement here right. All of this lines up. There we go. Now let's make sure we're still straight this way. Yep. Getting what do we have? I'm just going to brute force this. There we go. Where are we at? Now I think I got it now. Everything's nice and flush. We are good. What do we have? So that's that part. On to the vertical extrusions and the top. So that is these two. So I'm going to go one at a time. So I've bought these Amazon eye gauging Sanity, the calipers are Amazon eye gauging. They seem to work pretty well. They're fairly highly recommended. I have the 12-inch version and a 8-inch, I think it is. Yep, I'm probably going to need this in a minute. Oh, we're gonna get shift it over here so I can. And what do we have for that measurement? 165 millimeters. Might not be the best angle for you guys, but for me to actually get that measurement, I need to go this way. Yeah, that's dead on. I'm going to go with that right now, and then we'll compare the two sides, because that's a really critical measurement. So started and then it'll hold itself up. There we go. Wow, that's right on. So right now I'm just going to tighten it up, and then I'll use calipers to compare the sides. So I'll set this here. I don't want to scratch it. $165.29. See how close I am. $164.88 or 0.9. We're going to shift this one back just a hair. Here's what we're going to do instead. Just to give it some stability so I'm not fighting gravity here, we're going to put the top one on, since we're only adjusting this way right now. Hi Golden Jaguar, how you doing? Just gonna make these flush. Yeah, maybe Kennedy. Okay, here's something I forgot to say. I'm not going to keep this. I'm probably, most likely, let me finish, not going to keep this printer. So the tentative plan is the next big, if there's a big Voron gathering, West Coast, nationwide, whatever, this is going to get given away. So talk to Jason about that. I don't need a bunch of extra printers here, so that's I think that's a pretty solid plan for this. So we're gonna build it. I'm gonna print with it for a while, and then the next opportunity, we're going to give it away. No details on that yet, but that's just the initial plan. So let me, now that that has some, I'm not gonna, let's see where we're at here. Maybe a little better angle at this. 165.2. I don't know why I did that. I would get 164.8. Let's see what I did there. $164.8. Let's call it good. With 0.2 millimeters. Okay, so let's just I need to find, where's my actual machine square? I am gonna have to do this. It's not right there. What about these? Right. This extrusion is leaned back just a hair. I might have to backtrack a little bit here. I think I'm going to backtrack a little bit. It's going to put a little bit of a delay on us because I'm going to have to redo all of that. But I want to check something to check is if there are any burrs or whatever in the plastic. I mean, in the ends of the extrusion, not plastic. Where did I put my glasses? Okay, I'm gonna try flipping it around. Oh, that was the top one. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything major. Now, of course, I've lost track of which end was which. Gonna have to, let me just tighten this down and just check for square. yeah, that, I don't know if I rotated it or what, but it is square now. So let's go back to this. What do we got? Hi, Blam. Yeah, that's probably what I ended up doing. I don't know. I kind of lost track of where it was in my fiddling with things. Yeah, and this is all bolting up, just kind of relaxed. It's square. So I had to have moved it somewhere. Yeah. All of these are good, right? Now, let's get this measurement again. $164.95. Let's leave that one and tweak the other one. So I'm just gonna try not to get my head turned in the camera. So this one is correct. We want to, I'm gonna move this over here. Measure it again. $164.76. So this needs to move that way 0.2 millimeters. Let's see if my hand is calibrated, because that felt, oh, that was 0.4 millimeters. I'm going to adjust the calibration on my feel. Where's this one? Let's come back 0.2 millimeters. $164.9. Ow. I poked myself with the caliper. I didn't move it at all that time. I think what someone said, let me see if I have something. Sanity, I think, suggested a little tap. Oh, I think that might be it. 0.05 off. I think we'll be fine. Make sure that didn't shift when I did the final tighten. It did, but it shifted to 0.03. Wow, within the measurement or error of me using those calipers. Let's set this down here. Let's check our square. We are good. We are good. We are good. We are good. Small calibrated hit, yep. See ya, Chris. I'll be around for probably at least, I'm gonna guess 7 or 8 hours. Especially considering I've used 40 minutes on the frame. Okay, let's go back to the manual. Where are we at? We got 90s. We're gonna put in the rails. Okay, so that means we need to do some rail prep and talk about rail prep. Let me just set this off to the side and find our rails. Where did I put those? Aha. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Berserkadurk. I'm going to need 2 rails here. I am going to add some grease to these on camera. Hopefully it doesn't take a super long time. And I'm actually also going to ditch the stone surface because I don't want to get grease on it because it's natural stone and I don't think it's sealed. He's still good. Okay, when we do, the way I do this, which I don't know how far off it is from what anybody else does, but I will kind of wipe off the rails and feel, because I'm going to take the carriages off. So let's see if this, so I'm going to take the carriages off, but I want to feel if there are any burrs on where they cut the rails on the end, because I don't want that to, the bearings in there, to roll across that and mark them up. And these feel good. They've been deburred. So with that done, this may not be perfectly aligned with what other people like to do, but this is what I've done. I'll just wipe these off, and then I like to note which way the carriage went on the rail. Some rails have a groove on the bottom that might match up to the groove on the cartridge. This one doesn't, so I'm going to grab a Sharpie real quick and just make a little dot to remind me. So I'm just going to make a little dot here to remind me what side. I'll get to that one here in a second. So, knowing that there's no burrs that are going to mark the rails, we just slide this thing off the end. Now we be careful. We drop this thing, we're going to have a bad day. And then I can finish wiping this off, being careful not to wipe my Sharpie mark off. Then I'm going to take my EP2 grease, which I couldn't find a syringe, and these felt, so when I tested these sliding them, I didn't hear or feel any grit in them. So I'm just going to add grease. So I'm just going through here and pushing some grease into the bearings, and it doesn't take much. And then I take a small instrument and I just kind of push the bearings along their path, and that's going to push some of this grease and then sometimes they'll pop out, so you push them back in. That's going to push some of this grease down into the channel as well. And I'm going to make sure everything stays together, and then I'm just going to grab just a little bit more, and the clean ones that came out of the channel, I'm just going to, there. And then do the same on the other side. Okay. If they're really gritty, like I just took the I don't know if you can see my original V2 running for 18 months or so. I just did a rebuild on it, and I took the cartridges apart, but I'm not going to get into that here. Unless you're really comfortable with this stuff and small parts, I don't recommend taking them completely apart. Otherwise, you could run them in a sonic cleaner. Yeah, exactly, an ultrasound bath. Okay, so putting these back, and I hope this is a reasonable view, we're going to note which way they go. And a lot of times, sometimes you could print a little transfer piece that holds the bearings in place. But what I do is I just set my thumb here and slowly push. My thumb keeps those balls in place, and just work the carriage on, and then there we go. And then just kind of work that grease into the bearing path. A little bit of extra will work its way out. Now this thing, I'm going to throw the stoppers back on here so I don't mess up. And so here we're going to check for burrs. There's nothing. These are clean. We're going to check for, mark the side. I don't know how important that is, but I like to put these back together the same way they came off. Yeah, Berserker Dirk, you're absolutely right. Make sure you're, if you can, work in an area where you're gonna where you can maybe retrieve a mistake. Yeah, Sanity, probably a really fine, sharp file, or maybe consider not pulling the cartridge off, or find if one end is smooth than the other. Make sure you're taking it off and on at that end. Okay. Just going to go through the same process. these cartridges aren't really that complicated. There is a little spring wire that holds the bearings in place. There are 2 screws at each end that hold these caps. There's 2 pieces to these caps. There's a thin piece that retains that spring wire. That comes off, and then you can very carefully pop that spring out, and then the balls are free. So once you get all of that apart, then you have just the metal of the cartridge left, and you can go in and clean it real well. But I don't recommend doing that unless you're really comfortable with this stuff. Yeah, no problem, Sanity. I agree. Nate Zabez. I went with KVP Stellar Black and Stellar Blue on the printed parts. Okay. Put this thing back together. Little thumb method. Works. Throw these things back in there. Yeah, Jarrett, we'll see. I think it'll look fine. I was having a hard time. I was trying to keep from doing my fallback color scheme of a dark with silver accent. So I wanted to add some color in there. Okay. Let's put this out of the way. Throw this stuff away. And bring back the manual. We are going to put a couple of stoppers up there and go every other screw on the rails. Bring back up. Sanity, that'd probably be a good idea. Here's what I'm gonna do as I think you're probably right. I'm gonna evaluate them pre-grease, and if any of them seem different than the others, then we'll go with that. So Sanity suggested that I evaluate all the rails and pick the best for the right spots. And that's a good idea. So it appears there's one with a different stopper. So the story on that is these are an alternate supplier. So they're all LDO, but as you know, LDO has their different suppliers, and these are an alternate supplier that they sent to look at. And these are all feeling smooth Not detecting any rock in any that you could without them being installed. I'm just going to go with it. I'll grease these other ones as we get to that point in the assembly. But for now, I'm going to set them over here. I think, Nate's Bez, what you're looking for when evaluating the carriages is if they're, how smooth they ride, if you can detect any wobble. You shouldn't on any rails you buy. If they don't clean up when you should get rid of a lot of grit just by wiping off the rails. But if it doesn't clean up when you wipe the rails, clean them up, grease them, then you might want to either consider a full tear down and clean up, or replace them. Preload is a big factor in them, but that's done by the bearing size. I think that's how they do that. It might, I don't know if there's a factor in grinding the rail or not. Jarrett, yeah, I was fortunate enough to come into the design team right before Switchwire was started to be developed, so I had a bit of a hand in helping. I designed a few parts on it and did a lot of CAD cleanup and stuff like that. Wow, I think I'm at my highest concurrent viewers of any video right now. I don't think I've ever been this high. Okay, I've got some parts that printed parts we need to grab. So the little stopper pieces. Grab those, and we'll need the key back mount as the fourth one. And that's going to need some heat set inserts. Low-Tech Greg, that's a good point. Many of these, many of these carriages have a lube hole. I don't know if you can see it. They don't all actually connect inside. For sure, the MGN 7s on V0, most of them do not, even if they show a hole there. And I think I've taken apart, was it my robot dig or some other MGN 9 that they didn't actually connect. So I don't know. I don't remember taking apart a MGN 12 to that point to check. See where we're going with this. I guess it doesn't matter. Okay. We're just installing these the MGN stoppers at the top. And I need to put a heat set inserts in this. Oh, this is going to be fun. I'm just going to be, at least the frame's light. It's easy to move around. Where are we at? Heat set inserts. Thanks, Jared. I enjoy that kind of work, the CAD details. So I'm currently working on cleanups of Voron 2 as well. And let's put this. Okay, so we are going to put a rail here. Put the, here, let's see if this is a better view. Nope, because that's in the way. There we go. Install T-nuts for every other hole in the rail. I still got a little bit of grease on my fingers. That's better. Oh, that one. So occasionally you get a bum T-nut. That one doesn't have the spring-loaded ball in it. Did I grab that same one? I did. Oh, we gotta go away. I use a Weller WES 51 soldering station. I bought it probably 15 plus years ago. Now, M3x8s for these, yep. And we are going to switch to, using my tools. Oh, I messed up, barely. I mean, not bad, but I gotta take these out because I grabbed the M5 version of the. I grabbed the M5 T-nuts. I need the M3s. Now what do we got? These aren't too bad to take out. The 3030 T-nuts are much more forgiving. Got a bag of the M3 version of them. Thanks, Jasper. Line these up by eye. I've hit up to 53. Oh, did you guys see Charlie? He's wandering around. Okay, these are all... Oops. All loose. I still have the printed guides from when I built the first one of these, so I didn't have to redo those. Just these guys. I got a couple different ones. We're going to... So one tip on these that's probably a good idea, just general assembly tip, is when you do your final tighten from the inside out. Oh, all the cat hair will stick to these. Okay. Cool. Be careful not to set this frame on anything that'll scratch it. Okay, M5. Center out would be probably the recommended process if you're going to pay attention to that. I think if you start on the outside, then you could introduce a bow stresses. It's like a cylinder head on a car. You always tighten in a clockwork or clockwise or whatever, rotating a spiral pattern. Okay, the M3s this time. Don't need to be redoing that and wasting all that time. One. Wow. Did Jason go and post this on Facebook or something? Is it? I'm gonna blame it on the camera, Berserker Dirk. I was trying to compensate for whatever view you guys are seeing. Okay, here. these out. I think I'm going to end up having that NGL2 grease on my hands until I go wash them with some soap. Okay. Go. Okay. Those are installed. Now we're on to the Y carriage, the Y assembly. So this step we don't need to do, because the LDO carriage is pre-drilled. Normally you would be adding these 6 holes, and there's a printed part for that. You bolt it in place using so these 3 holes here in the middle are on the Prusa used for the Mark III, but the printed piece bolts in place on those, and then you can drill out the rest. And then let's assemble the front Y idler. Hi Brian, I'm doing well. Wish I had the budget. Super Smash. I have used coils. I have a bunch of these eSun bolt together spools. And then there's a printed adapter, but I think I increased the height on this printed adapter to 60 millimeters. I think it's 50 or 55 normally. And sometimes you have to get a longer bolt though. So I have some alternate bolts in here. They're M6. But longer bolt, slightly wider adapter, and it seems to work pretty good. Hi Tony. Okay, let me find some parts. Let's see how we're doing here. There's not enough light there, is there? Let's figure this out. Is that the only 2 I need right now? I think so. But I need some bearings. Tool head and motion box. Bearings, and probably need shims. Saw the shims somewhere there. This is going to rapidly become a mess, but that's okay. And we need an M3 by 30, or M5 by 30. 5 by 40. There. Oh, I see. That makes sense, Kilo. Is that really an M5? I guess so. It feels small. Yeah, that's good. Okay. That, the shim and bearing stack. So one bit of prep work that I did on all these parts is I took Let's see if I have it in here. I took my flat file, and for any surfaces that are important, I just kind of run it off over the part just to take down any little bits of over extrusion artifacts or whatever, just to make sure parts mate together and bolt together correctly. These little brass shims that they included in this kit, I think I like. Now this just threads right into the plastic. There's that. So just be careful making sure it goes straight in. Did I do this right? Yeah. And that doesn't have to be super tight yet. And that'll attach to the 2020 Y extrusion with an M5x10. This printer does use a pretty wide variety of different T-nuts, having both variations of the 3030 and I think both variations of the 2020. Just put that back there. And those bolts here. These the coated wrenches they included are I like it. They're ball end and reasonably long. I haven't felt like I needed to reach for my, what is it, Wera? This is what I usually use. Okay. That, and then so we need steppers and kilo. What was the problem with that? The X extrusion ends up being kind of weird. What was there was some reason why we stuck with this. I don't recall. Y stepper parts. Let's get those all together. And the stepper itself. Out of the motor kit. And all of these are the same except for the extruder, so I'm just going to grab any one. Yeah, I wonder how the Y carriage, the bolt holes would line up on and if spacing for a belt. I don't know. I can't probably adequately explain why we wouldn't do that, but okay. So I am going to, because I believe I'm going to make this go off to the side just to make sure we have enough room and I don't have to redo this. Even to the rear. Oh, it says go to the side. This guy here. The wiring output, it says go to the side, so we'll do that. There, and then like that. And then I think we need some long M3s. and 3x30s, and then bolt it to the extrusion. Okay. Oh, did it tell us to put the... Did it actually tell us to put the pulley on? Yep. That's okay. Why is that not going? Why is that not threading in? Something isn't threading in right. There we go. And let me find the pulleys. There we go. And there is a separate baggie for the grub screws. Making sure we don't lose these. These, I don't know if you can see or tell, but they pre-applied blue Loctite to them. I'm just gonna very lightly tighten these right now. I don't know where that's going to line up. Let's eyeball it right there and see how close we are. And this bolts to the back of the Y extrusion. I'm sure they have they probably have found a source for them that are pre-coated with the Loctite. Brian, I'm not sure. This is going to be the next kit that's available. It might. This isn't the first revision of the kit either. Another group got the earlier revision, so I have one with some changes based on feedback from the first round. But this will be the next one that's available at vendors. Then the 2.4 is coming after that, and then Trident will probably be sometime next year. That's just what Jason has said in the public, in his chat. In his channel. Okay, so we got the Y stepper mount installed. go. Okay, so we gotta, so I think in this round, since I'm still dealing with a little bit of feel of grease, I'm gonna do both of these, and then I'm gonna go wash my hands with some soap and then wipe down the frame to get rid of anything else. So let's go through another round of cleaning up the rails, greasing the rails, checking them for burrs. So I think as far as the wear of your question, any of the LDO vendors across the world should at least have an opportunity to carry them. I don't know how many kits they're starting out with or any of that. Good morning, Armills. That's not coming out, the little stoppers. There we go. Kilo, I'm marking them so I put them back together the same way. So this groove on the carriage is where I'm putting the side I'm putting the red dot on, because I take the carriage off to put some grease directly in there. This is just we just covering how I grease the rails and how I reassemble them. A bit of grease in there. I just want to make sure they go back together the same way they came apart. Any of the little bearings that push out of place, you just push them back down into the spring with your finger. That's fine. Or with the little, I'm using a small flathead screwdriver here just to guide things. Try to work over a surface that you're likely to be able to recover if something happens. Hey, I have a question for folks, because I tried to look this up and wasn't sure. If I had timestamps to this video after the fact, do I lose the chat history? So I think it's probably going to be useful to add timestamps for different areas of the build. I tried looking that up before stream to see if YouTube had a FAQ on it or something. Hey, Lol. Okay, for anybody who might have missed it before, putting this back together, just making sure that I put it back in the same orientation, and then I use my thumb to hold the bearings in place as I put the cartridge back on the carriage. So that one, put the stoppers back in. And set it aside for the X assembly. Thanks, Tracy. I appreciate when people like and subscribe. Then it doesn't take a lot of grease. I'm just basically filling the gaps in between the bearings and then trying to wipe the excess away. Okay. Oh, that's dangerous. Nothing fell out. Perfect record on that so far. No bearings lost. Okay, this is the one we're going to use for Y. Now I think the question came up earlier, if you're of your rails, you want probably the best on Y, and then a very close second would be X, and then your Z's. Okay. I way overestimated how much grease I would need. Okay, give me about 30 seconds. I'm gonna go actually wash this residue off my hands, throw these rags away, and I'll be right back. There, that should be better. But that like smash on. I like it. Move my glasses, that would be terrible. Okay. So the 2020 M3 T-nuts. Hey Jarrett, you don't see the many corners that aren't on camera. It's pretty bad. I've been pretty busy on various projects lately, so as soon as I get a break, it needs a good cleaning. This stuff over here is a freaking lifesaver though. It's all these little Sterilite connectors, and I just throw a label on the end. That saves me so much time finding stuff. I have a few that are like various projects in different states that are organized that way. Seems to work out fairly well. Hi, Hymnus. Okay, that one is not threading in, and why? Okay, that is probably a bad T-nut. How many, Golden Jaguar, how many modules or whatever you call it on that ERCF that you're building? I think I got a bad T-nut here. Yeah. Checking the rest of them. Yep. Bad piece. Where did I put those? There we go. Six ports, okay. I have a V1.0 kit for 4 that I want to upgrade to the 1.1, or at least buy the parts to build it as a 1.1. So that's potential future stream content. Hymnus, I will be going with Stellar Blue on the accent color. Stellar Black main. Okay. Oops, wrong one. Nice and tight. Okay. Yeah, my bench here is not even close to flat. That's why it rocks. It's not the frame. Let's see. Now it says you can put the deck panels in now. I don't know. I don't know if I want to deal with that yet. For one thing, the change to the LDO kit with the wiring, there's a 14-pin plug that you have to feed in. But I'm also concerned if I put the X carriage or the Y carriage on and then put the panels on, these matte acrylic panels I'm going to end up scratching. So I think I will put them on right now and see how that goes. So let's go ahead and grab those. The trash can over there. I missed. So the LDO kits all come with these frosted matte acrylic panels. And this one is being a little bit of a bear coming off, not in one nice piece. Oh. Let's try starting from over here. There we go. The kit does come with all the panels in this, including the clear panels for enclosing. I feel like I can't consider this a complete build until it's enclosed and printing, so I don't know if I'm a little too ambitious there, but we're gonna try. Worst case, we finish it up next weekend. Let's see, almost 2 hours in. Joseph, I did not ultrasonic the rails. They are very smooth. As they came, there was no grit detected. So I simply pulled the cartridges and re-greased them and put them back together. There we go. Just one freaking panel. Okay. One down. This would be, or these symmetrical? Okay. So it doesn't really matter. So that's gonna go something like that. I'm gonna have to pull that back off to put the T-nuts on here, but Nero, thanks for joining us. Slim Gig. One of the nice things that LDO has really brought to the table with these kits are the wiring harnesses, and we'll get into that. If I covered, or at least showed it in the unboxing the other day, but you'll see once we get to that point of the build, it's going to save us a ton of assembly time. Hi, Subbot. This is, I know, riveting watching me take this off, but there we go. Okay, so let's place the T-nuts here. Try not to scratch the hell out of these panels. Try to eyeball the location of these. And then one more back for the go. That was close enough. And does this back one get used? Do I need to put a T-nut there? I'll put it in later. Okay. Now these, all these screws here are just temporary because I'm going to have to loosen these panels to get the harnesses through them. But okay, where are we at? We got the panels on. Now we got to do some heat sets. Let's look at the next few steps. So we have the cable chain mount heat set, and it looks like the carriage, and then some heat sets in the Y belt holder. So let's get this out of the way. Y belt holder. That, might as well put some in there. I need that part. I think that'll do us for now. Natsubes, they include a generic cable chain. They seem at least as good quality as the 3-hole Befinibe, whatever ones that are in the rest of the builds, but they have the 2 holes like the Igus. They're not Igus, but they're the same hole pattern. Okay. These are important to be straight because there's a long screw that comes in this side. Is that correct? No, that wasn't correct. It comes in this side. That'll just have an extra insert in it, I think. I don't think that'll interfere. If it does, I'll pull it. We've lost our music, haven't we? I don't know why it does that. Or my headset has gone dead. One of those. Let me check on that here in just a second. Oh, where are we at? Jarrett, I mean, aside from Charlie's around here somewhere and my family's in the rest of the house maybe making some noise, but otherwise it's just me here. Okay, let's see what's going on with the music real quick. It has stopped. Let's see if it... Yep, okay, sorry about that. I am not gonna... I'm gonna pull this. I'm gonna pull this one that I put in wrong. I'm just gonna kind of put that in and just kind of work that out and smooth over the top. There we go. As if it never happened. And I won't touch that for a few seconds. Okay, so the instructions, as you saw here, have us putting a micro switch on the Y. What do we call this thing? Do we have a name on it here? No, but it's the Y belt holder, basically. This is a revised part that just has more plastic here because we're going to run sensorless Y on this, and that's what LDO is going to recommend in their kit. They don't even include the end stop for this. So let's see. So we're going to use an M3x12 for that. And this doesn't really go in here yet, but I'm just lining things up. And then we're going to need those M3x30s for the M3x40s. Where's the M3x30s? Here they are. Bolt that. And what did we attach the carriage to? M3x8s. Okay. Let's bring the printer back up. Hi, Chris. And the Y carriage. So the switch, this is the same part as a Prusa Mark III, except when it comes in the Voron Switchwire Kit, it has 6 extra holes. These 4 for the MGN 12 carriage, and these 2 for the Y belt holder. Yeah, you guys have doubled my concurrent viewer count in this stream. That's awesome. My top before this was in the low 30s. Okay. This is kind of an important step with Switchwire, is making sure that this is lined up. I'm gonna play around here. I think I'm gonna take the X extrusion here, and I'm going to just push that up against there. And that should ensure that we are in line, or lined up with the frame. So, weird. Right like that. I think that probably could be a tip in the manual. I have to remember that as well. So there are absolutely better ways to do the various things, but this is what I hope people get out of my streams, is build tips. And if I'm will open any suggestions on things in chat as well. That is solid. No rocking aside from my wart bench. No side to side rocking. That's nicely solid. Okay. Let's see. Let's see, where are we at? So the carriage is installed. We've done this stuff. Have we lost our music again? Why is it doing this? I don't quite understand. Huh, I'll just have to keep paying attention. Hymnus, there's not a lot you can do with this if your rail for Y has play in it. There's not a whole lot you can do. That's why you choose the best rail for Y, really. However, a little bit of rock, you'll be able to feel the tiniest bit of rock. My original Switchwire has that, and it doesn't seem to have affected the print quality. I mean, probably to some degree, but I don't know if you'd be able to tell. Hey Nero, I'm playing Stream Beats through Apple Music in a browser, and it has a shuffle and play, so it comes and goes on whether it's stopping the music or not. I don't have Spotify or anything like that. I'm just playing this through Apple Music. It's set to shuffle. Is there? Oh, there we go. I think that might do it. Okay, there was a little button there, I think, for repeat or whatever they're gonna call it. Oh, I'm sorry. Hopefully this starts shuffling and repeating now. I'm not gonna, well, if this is the third time with this song, why don't we do that? Let's switch to the next one. Joseph, all of the rails ran smooth. I just added grease. If they did not run smooth, then I would go through some... First, I would clean the rail, wipe off the rail itself, see if that smooth things out, and then it would be on to sonic washes or something like that. Okay, I gotta get back on this, otherwise I'm not gonna finish. Where are we at now? So, the manual, I have to say, isn't very clear here, but I think at this point we're getting to running the belt and routing it and getting that Y belt holder installed. So let's go through that. Yeah, that, talking about sensorless and that little dummy micro switch, that was one of my little contributions, because I used a Prusa Mark III as the basis of my build, and I decided to run sensorless homing, and actually I want to go back over this way, and I didn't want to deal with that switch, so instead of creating a new part at the time, I just modeled that stupid little dummy micro switch. Hey Raymond, I do have enough. So let me. I mentioned this before, but I think we've got a lot of new people. I'm not keeping this printer, so the plan is, the tentative plan is that at the next or whatever Voron meetup, whatever happens, this will be given away. So it's very tentative because nothing is planned right now, but when it does get planned, this will be a giveaway. So let's see, I think I have looped the belt here. I'm making sure I have a couple inches extra to grab onto. I don't know how much I'm gonna need, but I think I have extra belts if I absolutely have to. It doesn't say here. It could be. It could be a long time from now, but whenever that is, this will be available as a giveaway. We don't get any hints in the manual how long this needs to be. So I think I'm gonna go with my gut and give about 1.5 inches on each side. And no turning back, it's cut. This out of the way. Hi, Johnny boy. I'm doing well. So I think I'm going to leave just that much there. Let's try that. The Y motor mount is our tensioner. So before I go too far here, I'm going to make sure that this is all the way on. Ooh, I didn't do that right. Okay, I missed something. So when I put the Y rail on, I should have butted it up against the front mount to give myself maximum tensioning space in the back. So I'm going to loosen all this up real quick and redo that. I think I can do that with the carriage still on here. I don't know how I missed that, but whatever. Hitting. There we go. Hi, Martin. Okay, that should be better. Now we make sure that this is pushed all the way in. Should give this a temporary tighten. Now pull the belt somewhat tight. Let's do this. Let's try to give a little better view of this. So this is our Y belt holder. Now the way this is designed is it goes into the slot in the 2020 extrusion. So, and then bolts to the top or underneath the Y carriage here. So I'm gonna pull on this belt until it's somewhat tensioned, and then I'll do the rest of the tensioning with the rear. So it's finding that balance of loosening this cable clamp or belt clamp and getting that, picking up that slack without pulling the belt through the other side. I might need to grab a pair of pliers here to do this more effectively. Well, it's just pulling on the other, so I think we're gonna tighten this up and use the Y mount for the rest. Get things things out of the way that might scratch the frame. Let's see, what am I going to use to push on this? I'm going to use the back of my tweezers here. Go. And the other thing I didn't do earlier is I didn't line up the pulley, align the pulley with the belt, so I'm going to do that right now. I'm just going to eyeball it, and I think it's fine. Remember, I had eyeballed it to the plastic part, and I think I got it right on. So I'm going to tighten these grub screws. That, if you remember, have Loctite pre-applied from LDO. Okay. Now we can take these in 3x30s and install them through here. Let's see. Everything looks fine. Nothing's rubbing. Cool. Next. How long have we been going? A little over 2 hours. That's not too bad. Okay, I confirmed the belt position is correct. Got cable chain mounts to put on, and those are in 3x8s. Already put those heat sets in a second ago. How does this thing go on there? Goes right like this, and it's on the front one. So we're utilizing this is where the LM bearings go that this carriage rides on the Prusa. We're utilizing those holes over here to mount the cable chain. Just like so. Okay, now we get to do the grills. So a bunch of heat set inserts. And I got another tip coming up because I wanted to remember to talk about this. So let me move the frame out of the way. So on a lot of the parts, and this is all slicer dependent, but like these panel parts have a bridge in here, and I found the default Prusa slicer settings had that bridge going the long way. So if you go in and change your bridging angle to 90 degrees, it'll force it to go across the short way. However, if you forget to check that setting, there is a part, and you can see it here. This is being forced across the short way, but there's not enough, and sorry, I hope that is coming across. There's not enough, I guess, support for that, and it droops down, or at least it drooped down on me. So if you change that bridging angle setting, you might want to check to see what else it's going to affect. I'm going to fix this by simply cutting those droopy bits of plastic off. Because those could, right here, they could get in the way of the, I think this is the rear, it could get in the way of that Y tension, the belt tension. So I do that, and then we end up with that stressed ABS mark. So I'm just going to hit it with a heat gun real quick. And they basically disappear. Hi Joseph, we explored doing a dual Y rail, but we wanted to keep the BOM simple and cost down, and we were able to get enough stability with a quality MGN 12 rail to not need to go to dual rails. I think it's a smart idea if you're doing a conversion of like a CR10 or something with a larger bed. Absolutely, I would go multiple rails, but okay. These all need some heat sets, so bear with me while I install a handful of them. One on the top here. Printed all these parts in a combination of my green V2 and my two Tridents, the purple and the orange one. Okay, does this one get any? Nope. Let's see. Yeah, there's a lot of considerations once you add that other Y rail. The cable management, and do you do 3 cartridges or just 2? Okay. I think has us starting on the front, just a bunch of M3x8s and those M5s. So we are going to reapply. Just slide these in from the end. It's easy enough. And then let's see if we can get a picture here. The front grills have these parts that slide into the channel on the extrusions. Hi, Dunarfe. How are you doing? Making sure that this is pretty much just flush with the end of the 3060 extrusion. There we go. And these are sliding on. The printed parts turned out really well. Okay, what's going to be the best? Can we do... Oh. Okay, well, we'll fix that here in a bit. Who can tell me what I forgot? Put this up to there. There we go. Who can tell me what I forgot? Well, thank you for the attempts. I'm obviously not catching everything in chat. That's okay. The printer's at this point is really easy to... The printer's really easy to take apart sections of it at this point. I'll just take the Y carriage off because I want to take this off. I don't want to leave that. We are going to fix that by simply removing the Y carriage so we don't accidentally... I don't want to scratch it more than I'm already going to. I don't think there's any way around scratching it. I think I just got so tired of removing that stuff. Oh, backwards. It was this side. There we go. I was having such a tedious time with getting this stuff off. I think I was done with it. DJ Natty, this is KVP Stellar Blue. At least the other panels don't have as many cutouts in them, so I might have a better time of it. It's tearing at every corner, which is to be expected. Try taking it. Oops. Yeah, I don't want to leave this and decide not to and be further along in the build. Now is not such a bad time to have forgotten this. There we go. Hey, I made it. Okay. Call that. They don't have to be tight yet. I got all these little front caps. And these just thread directly into the plastic here. Stellar blue main and stellar blue accent on a blue frame. That'll be interesting. Could be very cool. I tend to be so boring on my color selections. Low tech, this will be the standard switch wire setup for electronic mounting. Okay. That looks pretty good. I think my personal preference would have been for black oxide hardware, but being in California, I don't tend to have problems with rust, so I fully understand the decision to go with stainless hardware. Okay, rear I think is next. Yeah. I'll put the Y carriage back on here in a second. Okay. See if we can. Something like that. Are the nuts preloaded for the panel at the back? I'm not sure. What am I missing? Which back panel? The bottom panel? If we look at this, I have them here. I have one here for the Z chain, XZ chain. But these, oh, I guess I should put one right here. You're right. I was thinking something else. Let me do that real quick. That's easy. That's easy. All we do is push this guy and put it right there. And then find a new one for this. Now I did preload one for the drag chain mount. You're right though, I hadn't put one here because I was thinking something else. Leave all those. Wow, coffee's getting cold. Have these, which just kind of support the grills, the front and rear grill. Make sure everything's straight. I missed that heat set insert, so I got it on the back one, I missed it on the front one. I'm gonna bring out a long screwdriver because it works better for these. Okay, yep, I missed that heat set. That up. I've got a mess of stuff here already. As a contrast, you see this one I printed with the bridging angle not changed, and it turned out really clean all by itself. Comparing it to what I was talking about earlier with the droopy perpendicular bridge. Yeah, my 2.5 inch ball end has a really short shaft on it. So I had bought this one from Amazon. I didn't quite get how long it was going to be, but where it's really helpful is when I'm coming in at this angle, this extrusion gets in the way, the handle gets in the way, so I can gain quite a angle of attack on this by going with this longer screwdriver. I didn't realize that it was going to be this long, but it's whatever, it's fine. This kind of stuff, I'm not putting a lot of torque on it anyway. If you try, this long screwdriver twists like crazy. Take a little bit of care to make sure that this piece is centered. Even gaps. We'll do the same on the back while we have it sitting here. There we go. It's also kind of funny looking because the handle is so small. Oh, turn off the soldering iron. Okay, now I can put that front screw in. Remy, you're absolutely right. That was pretty frustrating for Nero last night, but he made it through, which is awesome. Okay, we're gonna put this back on. Okay, same trick as before. We're going to use our X extrusion here. Make sure everything is straight. And tighten these down. My belt clamp back on. Okay. Where are we at on the instructions? So we have the grills installed, front and rear. A little accent plate, the end caps. Now we are on to the XZ assembly. Okay, so I'm going to put this away again. Sorry, household noise. Okay. All of these parts. What is that? So we're going to start with the Z, so pair these up. And it looks like oh, I had them paired up incorrectly. There we go. So there's an open top and a closed top. So you want to match up one of each to each other. And it looks like this is the Z motor mount. So I'm gonna grab the steppers. Hi Z Bender, what do you got going on? 2.4 suddenly deciding it wants a different Z height. Oh, I'm not quite sure, given no hardware changes. Not quite sure. So here, let me talk about something here with the stepper motors and the wire orientation. The steppers go on here like this. Now where the wire comes out can either be to the inside of the printer or pointing up. Hey Jason. When it's pointing up, you see the logo in the right orientation, but the wires are more visible. I think I prefer it to be pointing to the inside so I can tuck the wires up and hide them a little better. Now there was an early revision that I did to this part over here that basically spaces the cable chain out, because otherwise the cable chain would hit the motor here, and we'll see that later. But with this revision, it can miss it. So I'm gonna orient these so that the cable is to the inside, but pointing up or to the inside are equally valid ways to build it. Hey Z-Bender, check to see if the screws on your Z switch have loosened, because over time in heat cycles, those can, especially if you have the older version of the Z end stop. The older I say, but at some point that was made 3 millimeters shorter to bring the pulley part of that further away from the heat bed. So check to see if those screws might have heat cycled, loosened on you. Oh, and that's what you're talking about there, a solidly mounted Z switch. Yeah, that would be my first thought. Okay, so this is going to go like that, and that there. So we're going to find us some 30 millimeter screws. Yeah, it might be worth double checking, just to make sure that's not what's going on, because that's definitely something that could cause the symptom you're seeing. Oh, I need to put that pulley on as well. That's okay. A couple of pulleys, and where did the pulleys go? There they are. Now for the Z and the X steppers, we have to pay attention to the orientation of that pulley, similar to the A and B steppers on Voron 2 and Trident. Well, same as Voron 0 as well. Okay, so according to the manual, we are going to orient the pulley in that way and just loosely so I made a little pulley install guide that I included in Trident. That'll be available for this. I just didn't model it up, and it's probably the same as those pieces, but I didn't get a chance to confirm and check, so I'm just going to do this the old-fashioned way. For lining up the height, I'm talking about lining up the height of the pulley to the stepper. Okay, and then we have a 40mm. Oh, we got a couple of heat sets to put in too. So these tensioning pieces get a heat set insert each. Let those cool off a little bit. I often see the X linear rail mounted on the side. It seems more correct to mount the linear guide on top or on the bottom. I don't know. The forces that I think Kilo is about to say what I did, what I'm about to, or Kilo typed what I'm about to say. Yeah, forces are not a problem for these rails in the way we're using them. So additionally to that, so let's say you mount it on the bottom and you only have a rail on the bottom. Now you've got plastic come around the front to mount whatever tool head there is. So there's probably more plastic between where your forces are being applied and where it's being anchored. So the flexibility of that plastic is probably a bigger problem. You mount it on the front, you've got a very small amount of plastic between what forces you're acting on it and the rail. You mount it on the top, you have the similar issue to on the bottom, but now you're in the way of your cable chains and wire management and stuff like that. There's ways around all of that, but this is the design decisions that were made in Voron for how we're building these. Okay, so this screw goes in there, and that's probably needs to go in there before I mount this to the stepper, because the head of that won't get past there. This thing in here. Put that in there. here, so we're going to do that. Okay, so the Z assembly is done. I think we immediately move on to the, or we could mount it, but let's assemble the X one while we're here. Let's grab a 40mm screw. Oh, I just have those. Oh, they're right in front of me. Set that thing in there, and then a bunch of 30mm. And looking here at the orientation of the pulley, let's go ahead and put the pulley on next. And this goes down. I'm just gonna barely tighten one side of that. Okay, this is gonna go here, means that's gonna go like that. I don't have a good gauge for how we're doing time-wise. I know we're almost 3 hours in, or right at 3 hours in. This one is going to go over here. This one's going to go over here. What was that? 22 pulls. Done with that bag. Need a couple of T-nuts to go in here. So these are important that the long side of the T-nut goes out in both directions. So the short side points towards each other on these T-nuts, because otherwise there's not enough room to fit this tensioner in between them. Let's see, this goes in here, and then I think we use a 16mm M5 to bolt those in. We're not going to tighten anything yet, just putting things in place. $8 a.m. Where is it 8 a.m.? You in Italy? Who was it that was in Italy? 8 p.m. in EU. New Zealand. Awesome. Are you in California, Low-Tech? Zen Vendor, I know what you mean. I've not touched... My Switchwire has been apart for months because I stole a stepper from it for another project, one of the extruder steppers. So another future stream build will be restoring it. It's set up for dual extrusion with the Y-splitter, that RCF made. So one day I'll do a stream rebuilding it and setting up for dual extrusion. Okay, let's see where we're at. Those are done, those are done. That's installed. Now we got the top idlers to do. Okay. Tony, there's a lot of the revisions, and they're pretty minor revisions. I've modeled most of them that are coming. The big one is the switch to the Trident MGN12. So that's all in the Trident repo. It's just copying it over and copying those parts to the Voron 2 repo. The other minor changes are a revision to the Z mounts, the Z assemblies for the guitar amplifier feet. So it's repositioning the feet a little bit, which is going to require a reprint of the Z assemblies and the piece of the side skirts that butt up against it. And then other things would be migrating all the little changes I made to the panel clips and stuff. Some of the fixes, the front door hinges were fixed. Updating all of that from Trident to the Voron 2 repo. So these top idlers. Let's grab all those parts. Just get this out of the way. Oh, that's not good. Hi, Killer Prince. I'll probably need all of these here pretty soon. Let's go with these bearings. Bearings. Shims. And it looks like a M5x40. Tony, Afterburner got a revision earlier this year, and that's been updated across, should be updated across all the repos. The teased changes are not going to be ready for, or are not likely to be ready for the 2.4 R2 release. So Afterburner is probably not going to see any major changes in this release. Hey, Double T. DJ Natty, yeah, all of the panels and the exhaust housing and the hinges for the doors, all the panel clips, I should say, are all directly from Trident. The other panels, the rear panel, all those sizes change, and the deck panel's different. One note is when I'm done with the Z assemblies, the bottom panel, the one that covers the very bottom of the printer, covers the electronics, that will be shared between Trident and Voron 2. Okay, which one are we building first? We're doing the left idler, so I think that's the one I happened to grab. So let's start with that, and let's build a little bearing stack. So as always, shim, 2 bearings, 2 shims, two bearings, and then 1 shim. So on all of the printers, your bearing stack is always the pair of bearings with a shim on each side. So shim, bearings, 2 shims, bearings, and then a shim. And then those snap together, and we get a pretty good view of this color combo. Go ahead and do that on the other one. These little brass shims are nice. I like these better than the actual shims I bought from McMaster. That's what I've been using in my builds up to this point. Okay, so 2 of those are built, and I think we can put them on the printer. So this was the left one, this is the right one. I think this will fit. Trying to orient the T-nuts so there's minimal visibility past the printed part. I don't want these to stick out. You see this chrome thing up here in the center of your vision. And then these would just be flush with the end of the extrusion. There we go. Thing, just flush with the end. That desiccant was from Amazon. I printed out some of these. Let's see, Rubbermaid spool holders with this little container here, and that's what I'm using that for. This is clear PET G. Okay, we are flush. Hi, Gentech. This is what the larger, so I don't know if Jason's still around, but the note is we're missing a wrench for the M8s. I don't know if that's intentional or not, but we'll check. What a fingerprint. Okay, nice. That is there. Where are we at now? That installed, that installed. Those are correct. Now we have the other, what do we call these? The XZ blocks. Just matching these up. There's a little accent piece that I did a poor job of selecting the bridging angle on them. I'm not happy with that, but it's functional. That one turned out much better. Angle isn't perfect, but the bridging quality is better. This just went on a too steep of an angle. Okay, so we have what bolts are these? M5 by 30s. Let's go right here. Those should get used up, and the shims. Where did I put the shims? There. Now these are threading into plastic. They are modeled in threads. They should be tight, but still, you don't want to over tighten. Just till they bottom out. And even at this point, even before that, because they still have to go onto the extrusion, so it'll be easier if they're a little loose. I think all the stuff that LDO is learning and tweaking on the, starting with the V0.1 kit and now with this, the wiring harness, I mean really the improvements in the wiring are just going to be game changers for folks building these. You'll see once we get to the wiring on this, they've done put a lot of effort into making it as easy as possible. Okay, those are installed. Or there. Now we're going to assemble the X. Okay, so I have an X rail. And I've already checked prior to this when I was going through and making sure everything was going to be okay. I had checked my extrusions on as much as I can get to making sure they're flat. So we're going to take this guy. I think the first thing we're going to do is bolt these in place. gonna go there. And then we need the 2020 T-nuts, wherever I set those, here. I still have one Prusa Mark III. It's set up with a bare frame. I made the mistake last weekend of walking out of the house right after starting a print on it, and it lifted and created a blob. Fortunately, I was able to get most of the plastic off without damaging any of the wires, but I need to get back to it and finish cleaning it off. I put this one on different than the others. There. So I'm just making sure that these are flush with the end of the extrusion. Everything's nice and square. And then gently tighten the bolts going through the bearings. Okay, so now this sits like this. The X rail goes there, which means we need a pile of the M3 2020 T-nuts. Lining these up by and 3x8s. I'm surprised. My this one AirPod is still going. I would have expected the battery to go. Hey, Kiloprints, it does not. The only reason the V0 kits come with those is because there are no spring-loaded fasteners to hold the nuts in place on a V0 for 1515 extrusion. It would be kind of a waste and a large part to deal with, and a cost versus these cheap spring-loaded T-nuts. And they have found every one of these, the 3030 I don't usually have problems with, but all of these have gone in by hand, just snapped into place. So they've found the right T-nuts for these, which is nice. Okay, that step done. We are correctly oriented. Is that what this looks like? Yep, everything looks correct. Now we move on to the Z bearing blocks. Set this aside for now. Make some room. I'll set this up here like this, I think. So these are the Z bearing blocks. This is all I need from here right now. This one has the cable chain mount built in. And we are using 3x30s to mount those. Now none of this, we're not going to final tighten any of this until everything's assembled. Thank you, Kilo. I forgot heat sets. Still, my statement is still correct. We're not going to final tighten any of these until we get the assembly together, because the distance here and how it bolts up and the alignment of the X-rail are all important. Okay, heat sets here, none there. Yeah, I still have the manual page open and everything, and it has the heat sets highlighted. Let's see, while I'm here, I'm going to grab the cable chain mount, Z cable chain mount, throw a heat set in there. Now I can put those on. What would I do without you guys? I'd be redoing without you guys. Okay. While this is off the part, and while I can probably get a better camera angle on it, I'm going to pull, this is the key back, which mounts down here, and where is that? That goes probably like that, and loops around a bearing up here, and then anchors to this piece here. But once it's on the printer, I don't think I'm going to get as nice of a camera angle on it. So I want to show you what we do here. So this mounts to the rail here, and there's this piece, and this is one of my contributions to the project. The end of this snaps in to this printed part, and then this all bolts to here and goes, and all that bolts there, but this is held in place now by bolting to this piece, if that made sense. That way we don't have to take this end off of here. Otherwise you'd have to cut this and then screw it to the part. Didn't want to have to do that. Okay, everything. I'm just going to set this aside for now because we're not ready for it yet. Now we're going to mount the M5x40s. We're going to mount the X-rail. So X-rail is going to go on here like this. I anchor it first, then pull the string up over the pulley. Helps keep, yep. That's definitely yeah, that's probably a good idea. Anchor it first and then wrap it around. That way the small piece can't kind of whiplash or whip into your face area. These are going to go here, and we're going to need some 2020 M5 T-nuts into here. So we're going to go right there, 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 there. And these are kind of close together, so I'm facing the short side of the T-nuts to each other. This is the tool for this. I'll eyeball this, and then we'll line it all up here in a minute. There we go. Let's pull this out and make sure that that's lined up. There we go. Okay. See this in the front. to eyeball this at first, and then use my calipers to make sure we're centered side to side. Also going to make sure that these are at least snug. And that looks really close. Let's see, what do we want to use for our reference point? It should be the extrusion, not the plastic. How can we do that? Can't really hit that with the depth meter here. Let's see. 10.2. .8, that would make sense. It should have 10 millimeters on each side. Where's my little bit of persuasion? .10 millimeters. So I'm going to call that good. What do we have? Oh, Jantech, yeah, I have a lot of magnets from hard drives. I don't feel any tight spots. It's consistent top to bottom. That means that we got our gantry pretty parallel. I think we're good. And then we're 10 millimeters in on this side, which means we're going to be the same on this side based on my earlier measurements. I think we are solid. These are all tight. All these are tight. Good. Consistent across the travel is what we're looking for, and that's what I've got. So we are onto the carriage. So we've got heat sets in all these pieces. So let's set this aside. With all of these pieces in this step. Okay, 4 heat sets there, a heat set each there. Are there any heat sets? Yeah, heat sets on the bottom fronts of those. I think that's it. Yeah, I was looking at it, Kilo. You're talking about the getting rid of this little piece, which would be a good thing to do. We would back ourselves into the same spot we're in with Trident and V2, and that we would remove the PL08 probe compatibility in order to do that, because this is our carriage and the probe goes in here. If we merge this piece, then we're going to sacrifice space here in order to make this all one piece. So it's something that's probably should be done, and just take the hit of the parts compatibility. But for now, we'll just go with this. It would make this assembly much stronger, so it's probably worth it, but I haven't actually sat in the CAD to see if we can get away with not adding extra material there that would get rid of keep us from using the PL08s or 05s. The other little detail that was keeping it from happening was the button heads, adding another fastener to the bomb, but since we made those changes on the motor plate anyway, which this needs fixed. Hart, if you're around, this piece doesn't have the updated features to work with MGN12 setups as they're implemented in Trident and will be implemented in V2. I got a little bit of elephant foot here on these openings, so I'll just trim that out real quick so the heat set will start better. Oh, and the two on here. Okay. Okay, nuts. Was this them? No, it shouldn't be them. There they are. Okay, we're going to bolt this together and then we're going to put the X end stop on. So, can you guys hear any background noise from the house? It's faint, but I just want to make sure it's not coming through. I think we are low tech. It wouldn't be that bad. The only downside is it might get in the way of probe compatibility. It would basically turn into that part of the carriage would look just like the MGN 12 carriage from either the user mod or the Trident setup, because this whole front part is basically the same between the printers. The difference here is the belt mounting. Okay, M3x40s. There. I need 3 of them, right? I don't think it would be a big deal as far as doing the modeling. And it may be, I suspect it wouldn't be. I suspect we'd have the same problem as on Trident, since it's basically the same part, but it might be worth exploring to see if it can be done without losing that space. Okay, that, and where is my, I'm looking for end stop switch, but more importantly, the M2, oh, they're there. Okay, M2 screws, the cable kit for the end stop switch, X end stop, wrong baggie, this one. Okay. So they supply this without the connector pinned, so it would fit through that passageway right there. I'd opened this up for the earlier test kits, so the connector should actually fit through there, but this is easy enough to, well, it makes it easier to run at least without the connector on there, without the housing. So it's pre-crimped, the pins are there, and it's labeled. And this just goes through here, and we bend the wires a little tight, and screw that in right there. Use self-tappers. I'm gonna grab my 1.5 millimeter driver. I don't even want to deal with 1.5 millimeter L wrenches. And these you don't want to over tighten. Just bottomed out and done. Other than that, we're just going to make sure that our wires make that bend inside and away from the slot that the inductive probe mounting goes on. There we go. I don't know if you can see that. Okay. And then we have the cable, or the belt tensioners. I'm not going to put those on quite yet. I don't think it's time for those. I think it's easier to put those on as you're running the belts. Did it have us put the... It did not. Okay. Inductive probe. Let's go ahead and do the heat sets for that. How many folks in chat right now actually have built a switchwire or have one? Oh, I'm getting a little bit of... How are we at? Are we good? I'm getting an error, but sometimes it's lagged. Stream is good? Okay. I'm just gonna assume it's good until it's not. So quite a few of you. I'm going to leave this little connector. I'm just going to leave it right there. You guys can remind me where I put it later when I inevitably forget. Okay, we need inductive probe. And now it says in 3x20, but it's probably in 3x25s. Probably need to update that because it is a yeah, it's going to need to be by 25s, which are not in the kit, which would be the fault of the source. The manual and the sourcing guide probably assume a PL style probe. The Omrons on all the builds have needed a 25mm screw to fit on these. So let me grab a couple. So I'll have to note that as well. I think they may already know. So this, the wiring for the end stop switch has a little channel that will let it sneak past the probe and then follow the same path as the inductor wire. And I think I would, I'm not sure yet, but I think I would put that first and then put the Omron wire over it. Yeah, which if PL08 is all set up for this, so we probably just need to note that for LDO to include the 25mm screws instead. So I'm assembling this right now, but one of the things that LDO did for this, if we go to their wiring guide, and we're going to skip a bunch of this. So they talk about putting some of the cables in at an earlier steps. I haven't done that yet, but I think I can loosen the panels and sneak the wiring past. But if we go down a little further, they talk about all this stuff, but they included some fiber and reflective tape for the probe. So I have not ever had an Omron probe melt. I'll put the tape on here just to see how it fits. But I haven't had a need for this with the Omron style. We see lots of reports of the PL style probes melting, which is another reason to just ditch those. But the Omrons I have not seen or not had one melt on hundreds or thousands of hours across my printers. Almost all of them have an Omron probe on them. I think I gotta find which bag that tape is in, because I want to cover another little point here, that their instructions here have the tape put on that way, but when you do that, oh, my AirPods just died. That's pretty good at 4 hours. Let me get this back going, so give me a second. Okay, should be back going. Anyway, the way they have you put the tape there, it covers the little LED indicator here. So I'm gonna, when I put it on, I'm gonna make sure that I'm just underneath that. I can see that. Is that Dunar from the team? Is that you? Or is that someone else? Where'd that tape go? I don't know if it helps with accuracy. I doubt it. So I'm just going to run this tape around here like they suggest. Put a crease in it so I know where to cut. Yeah, I can definitely see a quality of the part degrading over time. We've seen that in a few other areas. I'm going to put this on because it's included. I'm going to try not to obscure that LED, so just get that lower, closer to the where the hot end is anyway. And then you see, you can still see the LED there. And just trim the rest. I agree, we should drop them. Okay. I'm not going to put two layers of that on here. They suggest 1 or 2 layers, I think. With at least 2 layers. Okay, never mind. I'll put both layers on. I mean, I'm supposed to be assembling this as they... and commenting on it as they intend, so let's go with it. I'm going to put 2 layers. Backtrack a little bit. Why is that not sticking? There's enough tape here for 2 layers. Doesn't seem to enjoy sticking to itself very much. But we'll see what we got. There we go. Okay, 2 layers of it. That's how much tape they provided to do. It's not going to hurt. It's absolutely not going to hurt to put this on. It's not going to get in the way of it doing its job. There we go. And it still fits even with the tape. There's enough space in there for it to fit in its spot. And we're going to adjust the position of this later. I'm gonna guess and just move it down to about there. Route the end stop. Let's see. That should go something like that. Okay, back to the assembly manual. That there, then we're going to attach, so let me clean up my mess a bit here. I don't think I need this big caliper anymore. Trash. Okay. Put this guy on here with 3x8s. Where are we at? Yeah, there is so another one of my contributions to this original project was the pinion, the little Pinda probe adapter to bolt the Pinda or Super Pinda into place. The concern with that is that the sense distance on the Pinda and the Super Pinda is like 2 millimeters. And you have to be really careful with your assembly and setup that you don't hit the pieces at the back of the bed, like the cover and the wiring for the bed, or the 2 little pegs that hold the that locate the bed. So the Pinda or Super Pinda work, and there's a little, what did we call it, the pinion printed adapter. But you have to be careful about your setup when you use that. and correct the. I don't think the firmware is capable of it. I don't know if there's a setup to use the thermistor in those. Okay, so that is installed. Where are we at next? And then the carriage can go on with M3x12s. Yeah. 3x20s. Oh, okay. So I take back everything I said before. And apologies to LDO. They include M3x25s. So I'm going to swap those out. They included them, I just didn't see them. I don't want to delve into or dive into my stash of fasteners on this. Everything should be what it came with, and it did include them. So that is good. Now I need to find the 12 millimeters. There they are. Hey, Rich. When are you bringing your printer over? We're right at 4 hours in right now. I think we're doing okay. Okay. Belting time. This will take a little bit of time, but shouldn't be too bad. Okay, so belts. Get all that stuff out of the way. Make sure we can move the printer around without too much trouble. Okay. Get my bearings here. Which direction do I want to go? What are those, 12 millimeter for the... It had us install them way up here. 16s, okay. These M3x16s for the belts. Find those M3x16s. M3x16. Installed that ahead of time, isn't it? Not a whole lot of room in here. There we go. Okay, I'm going to run that through, which is a little bit of extra. We're going to run one belt through the whole path, and unfortunately I did it that way, so this goes here, comes down and around the pulley. Goes up through here, and I think I'm just going to have to feed all of this through. This doesn't seem efficient, but I'm going to roll with it. And now I've got it all tangled. Okay, so we're going up. Get all the twists out of this belt. We go through here, through here, and then down here. Right there, and then onto, oops, what happened? Oh, it came off from, how did that happen? Came off from around the pulley over here. That should tweak the carriage. Now I gotta make a determination on how much slack I want. I've got tons of belt here. They've included a huge amount of belt, so I'm gonna way more than I need. That's good. What do we got? How are we doing? We're still at around 60 viewers. That's awesome. I'm really happy with that. About as many likes even. I've got lots of room here. I'm gonna cut it right there. That will be enough. Now we're gonna pull this all the way out. And cut the other belt to the same length. Hi, Andrew. I would hope, at least really hope, that we're more than halfway through. Looks like we've got enough room for one more belt if we needed to. So this is that. Okay. I think the inside belt is going to be the best one to route first. Or the one closest to the tool head. So I'm going to get this started. belt through that. And it goes this way. How are we doing? Okay, so I don't think I need any extra, not much extra, just enough maybe to loop back. And then temporarily tighten this belt clamp, just enough so it doesn't come loose on me, and then route this one. Okay, that's what we want. Over here, over here, and then down here. This. Hopefully tuck this in. Who wanted to put like V-slot wheels? So there's basically an Ender 3 with a Core XZ. You know, there are so many just odd ideas, and to a certain degree it's cool. People are having fun trying things. Sometimes it might be a little misguided. I mean, I'd probably be embarrassed to reveal some of the thoughts or ideas I've had. Different build ideas. Let's set this right there to hold it. There. Oh, that belt is not. There we go. Oh, hold on. Charlie wants in. Him sit right there. Oh. Do I have any more? I'll finish off my cold coffee. Get a little cat break. Oh, stretch my back. Play with the cat. Hey, that's mine. Okay, now let's throw this belt in here. This is all sitting in here pretty well. Hi, Charlie. over here. And through here. Everyone say hi, Charlie. Not quite so much. Charlie builds, yep. Okay. See if I can get this loosened enough to sneak this belt in. There we go. Oh, other ones. That went just fine. These are in the right spots. This one is not. That's okay. It is now. Sweet. You gonna get hair on my rails? He is a little extra attention starved because usually I would have been sitting at my desk or something for a little bit and he would have been getting pets. No, that's grease. You don't need to eat that. All the hair. Okay. You can sit on the chair. All the hair everywhere. Okay, so it is belted. So now that it is belted, I'm going to do a little bit of just tensioning by pulling on the belts. It should be, actually, what I want to do first is make sure that the steppers are as high, further up on the loose position. So let's make sure these are loose, and make sure the tensioner here allows us to move these up. And I think that's the top position right there. Yeah. So for right now, just to keep everything lined up with this extrusion, I'm going to snug these, but not really tighten, because I want everything to be in line where it should be so I can set these pulley positions. Because like I said before, I haven't made a little pulley jig for this yet, and haven't even checked to see if the one for the other printers is a direct same alignment. There we go. That was quite a okay. So now that these are in the loosest position, I can go through and hand tighten the the belts and make sure they're even, about the same. So I'm going to tighten them on just this one side, but I'm going to make sure that both of them are they're the same amount of belt sticking out on the short side of each one, if that makes sense. I'm gonna loosen this. I guess that didn't make sense. I need to just pull both of these. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to pull enough belt to what I want to loop back out of the way on both sides to kind of even them up, and then I'll tension it both on the same side. Since the belts should be the same length, I want that sticking through the same there. Yeah, that's the same. And now these I'm going to pull to hand tension. What do we got? And that's all the belts are pulled in the same amount. They should be able to just tuck up, and I'll get a close-up shot of this here in a second. They should just tuck up like this and be nicely out of the way and still have a lot of belt there. So if you can can't really see, maybe from here you can see how I looped them back up around like that, and they're not rubbing on anything. There's plenty of belt there for service later. I'm just going to leave them just like that. Maybe we get a little better, maybe get the lighting, trick the lighting here. Anyway, I think you get the idea. Okay, now those are hand tensioned. I'm going to eyeball. So what I'm lining up is this belt. The outside of this belt, I'm going to line up to the pulley, and it's really close right now, but I'm going to line up to the pulley behind it. So, which one is the... Should be as simple as that, and that will make sure that all of this is in line. And we'll do the same thing over here. Out of the way and just manipulate it with this. There we go. This one has to go in a little bit. I'm going to move this along. Just a hair. There we go. Where are we at? Okay, make sure the other side is nice and snug. Now we haven't put any weight on this, so it still holds itself up, but as soon as that tool head gets on there, it'll just drop right down. Okay. Next. So belt positions have been set. Belts are routed. Everything's tight. I have not tensioned the belts. We'll do that once I get the bed on. So belts are routed. Key back can be installed. Okay. I think I put the heat sets on that already. Yep. So heat sets, key back, and the idler bearing. Okay. We're going to turn this around. If there is any change in tension between the two sides, because a Core XY system naturally wants to go in a diagonal, right? So one step removes, only one step removes, it goes in a perfect diagonal. So if there is a difference in resistance between the sides when you're trying to move it straight, it will tend to kind of wobble between, try to go diagonal. Does that make sense, Tracy? Okay. I've already snapped this thing in here. There. The kit comes with a little flathead screwdriver that is intended for the terminals and the electronics. Take that part off. But on the key back, you need to take this belt clip off. So I'm just gonna sneak this under the side and lift. There's a tab right there. And just lift that up and push it. It should be able to lift right up and push back. There we go. And that'll come off. And then that gets tossed. Tracy, I'll go through, on this printer in particular, I'll go through how to tram the gantry. It's very similar on a Core XY. Just making sure that your belts are tensioned equally. If they hit the idlers at the same time, assuming the idlers are in the same position, then you should be able to do it that way. Okay, so now this can bolt into place. That goes there, and then there's a piece here, and we use M3x12s. 5x10 we already did for the lower end stop there. And then we're going to do a 16 for the top. So M3x12s, 2 of those. It's a lot. And I'm going to, similar to what someone suggested here before, I'm not going to quite put this on yet. So I'm remembering someone said they put the loose end on first, and then the other. So this is the little pulley thing that LDO modeled. Okay. And 5x16. 5x16. Our two remaining bearings. So bolt straight through. I think we're going to use this guy. It should snap right in there. And it fits well. Let's just put both of these on. So their thought is to use this. Now my opinion is the flange on the bearings is enough to hold this in place. I don't know if over time that cord rubbing on ABS is a bad idea. I suspect it might be, but it's a comment I'm going to bring up. Where did the shims go? Yeah, I'm going to secure the end first and then loop over the pulley. I'm going to follow that advice. Oh, and we need a M5. Shim. This should all go on right like that. And then the positioning of this is going to depend on how that cord lines up. Okay, so we are going to secure this, snap that on. We are using M3x12s. M3x12s to secure this piece to the Z mount here. I like this. This is a lot easier than dealing with tension on that key back. Feels snug. And then we're gonna bring this around and fit in here. Now, this is a lot easier to hold on to down here, maybe. So I think this was a good idea. Okay, and I think I picked, that's a pretty good, it's slightly, I want to make sure it's exiting the key back here in the center of the opening. You see how the cord is off to this side. I want to move it over here, so I'm going to move the pulley up here that way just a little bit, so we're not rubbing on the exit from the key back. So I'm just going to slightly loosen this and move it over till that's not rubbing on that exit. Okay. That's done. Afterburner. Oops. I want this. I wonder if we try this. Cable's in the way, but that's okay. Okay. I'm checking. Was the manual, I think the updates to this was to, yep, so this is the updated in May afterburner setup. So we have a lot of heat sets to do. So let's do that first. Heat sets everywhere. Here, and here, I believe. None there. Swap out my coffee for water. And heat sets. These two, 3. This one. Shuttle latch, or the latch shuttle. And then check to see if I missed any, because I feel like I probably did. Oh, yep, I gotta do the ones on the other side of the tool head. And two more on this side and one more there and one more there. Okay, so there's an extra hole here, and this is part of the tool head PCB mounting, along with the one that's normally on the afterburner for the cable cover mounting. It uses an extra one. So let me get these other, turn on the thing, switch the glasses. I did in my Trident build series, I did an assembly of all the different, or all the major afterburner extruder setups. And I'm just realizing, I don't know if you guys can see, but I used a heat gun on these to get rid of the ABS marks, stress marks, and it melted the edge of that. So I need to see if I can maybe fix that. I think I can heat it up. I'm going to heat it up with the heat gun and massage that out. Not perfect, but at least a screw head will fit in there. Yep, that will work. Okay, those two are done. I've got two more to do on this side and two to do on the side. Okay. And one on the side of this. And one on the side of the main body. Okay. Yeah, I've assembled Afterburner many times. Let's see where we're at. All the heat sets I think are done. Let's grab a stepper and just start going through the assembly. This is the last motor kit, last item from the motor kit. So what do they expect to do with this? So we've got a long cable on here. Doesn't that plug into the... I'm gonna need all these cables here later. What do we do to the tool head? Okay. I'm thinking in terms of the tool head, this is far too much wire for that. I think it plugs in, or does this go somewhere else? Low-Tech Greg, the new mini LGX looks interesting. I haven't seen it. I've seen just the same pictures. I don't have a lot of time on my regular LGX. It seems to work okay. Anything smaller and lighter is going to be really cool. So I guess the short answer is I'm looking forward to getting one and playing with it. And yeah, Andrew, I've got the rest of my family here, and I'm right next to our kitchen. It's right there. So microwave and blenders, and I try to shut the door when it gets noisy, but not always. Okay. Let's try to answer my question on what we're doing with this stepper wiring before I go too far. So we are going to refer to the LDO, the kit wiring guide, and I think it's probably down here. It doesn't talk about the afterburner stepper motor. This is all, I've gone through this, I don't remember seeing it. Let's go here. ABXZ X carriage, Y cable chain, heat bed, tool head X carriage. So we have the X end stop, and we have the probe, and the hot end, but nothing about, okay, so there's another point of documentation. So I'm gonna go ahead and continue assembling this because I know I can work with these wires after the afterburner is assembled, and I'll probably end up crimping on a new end because I know this isn't intended. So unless I'm missing something, if anybody, do we have any of the other guys who have built one of these on? Let's just continue. We have parts. We have BMG parts. We have 2mm inner diameter PTFE tube. More BMG parts. Bearings. These are the cable chains. They seem to move pretty freely. They do open. I don't see anything questionable about them. Let's move this over here. Need all of these parts, so this guy. Oh, and the little baggie of grub screws I need. And this is the, what size is that? There they are. Yeah, Jaeger, it definitely needs to be shortened because this kit uses a tool head PCB, and that's the wrong grub screw for that. So it needs to be a fraction of that length. Maybe I need some magnification here. Why am I not getting... Is this smaller than 1.5mm? Yeah. How are... Okay. Are these the... What are these? What do I have? These small grub screws is what I'm working with right now. Trying to find the right tool. I guess I need to dive into their toolbox. It must be, well, they only include 1.5. My MIP 1.5mm driver is not going into these hexes. Okay, that's got to be another feedback point, because I can't drive these. And the drivers included. Maybe I can, okay. Maybe I can get that on there. It's not. Okay, where's the flat there? I think we could probably tweak the quality of these. Ah, there we go. I could force it in once I had it on a stable surface. Those are probably, could be a little better, those small grub screws. The large ones I didn't have any trouble with, the 2mm hex ones. Let's see, anything in chat? Yeah. Let's go back here. Let's go to the wiring guide here. I want to see if I can get a picture of how they want this wired, or the direction of the stepper is what I'm looking for. This picture here is the, oops, and that's not actually not actually zooming in, but this wraps around. This is the stepper cabling coming in and plugging in right here. I'm gonna do what I've been doing on most of my builds, is I'm gonna have the stepper exit to the left of the printer, and then it comes around underneath the cable chain, because that gives me more wire length here. Instead of trying to crimp a connector within an inch or so of the stepper, I can go like 3 or 4 inches out. Jasper, the Pi 02 looks really cool. I ordered 2 of them, one from 2 different sources each. That would have really saved me on my legacy work, because I went through all that trouble to fit the Pi 3A on there when this would have been a bolt-in for my old setup. Okay, so this goes here. I'm gonna bolt this on with the wires exiting the left. Let's go here, I think. I think a 3x8 here. And then assembled the little B&G shaft assembly. I get to use one of these little tiny grub screws again. Let's see if I can get enough grip on this until I get it. There we go. It's just a little malformed, so just a little pressure that I can't do unless it's in a part gets past that and lets me get the driver all the way in there now. So that's good. And then these bearings go on either side. there. And I want to loosen this a little bit because this screw here that is slotted to give a little bit of adjustment. That one and that one, all these three are slotted to give a little bit of adjustment so you can set backlash. And I talked about this quite a bit in my Trident build when I spent that stream building the different assemblies. I didn't measure where this brass gear sets, so I'm going to adjust its position just a little bit here now. That's in place now. I should probably dab a little bit, just a little bit of grease on that, and it'll work its way around over time. Not enough to get on anything else. Hi, Mohammed. Hi, Jarrett. The kinematic mounts from MRW. Hold on. These guys. So I am hoping or planning on doing kind of a wrap-up stream on the Orange Trident, which will include installing the interior LED lighting and these. Low tech, it was the processor holding it back. Okay. 5 hours in. My hope for 7 is quickly dwindling. This other bearing seated. There we go. And now I think it's 30 millimeter. And then I'm gonna kind of feel the backlash here. So I'm rocking the spur gear with my finger here once this is mostly assembled, and I'm just looking for just the tiniest amount of play. Similar, I mean, if any of you have done RC cars, this is the same process. It's just you can't fit a piece of paper in there on this. You want just the tiniest bit of play, and that's for heat expansion, and none of these gears are perfectly round, so you want to make sure at it everywhere in its rotation there's no spot where it binds up, and I feel like that feels pretty good. So I'm going to tighten these two screws down, which should lock that in place. Hi, Jim. Okay, So now I want to, being careful not to get grease all over the idler thing, I'm gonna try greasing these little needle bearings. Just put some in here, and then I think plugging the other side and forcing this in should do a pretty good job, this pin. Getting just the tiniest bit of grease on these. And then I ran out of paper towels. There's one. To prevent wood grain pattern. 2. Okay. And this goes in the guidler setup. Just snaps in there, and that moves freely. And I'm going to put just the tiniest bit of grease on these. Being careful not to get near that where the filament goes. And I'm going to call it done with that. Shuttle. Oh, that went. Ah, good. I found it. Is that correct? There we go. Goes in there. So I think we have a Hi Mohammed, are you talking? You're talking switchwire, right? And I'll get to that. I'll show you how to rack the gantry or de-rack the gantry on this. It's coming, I promise. Those are M3 30s. Oops, I'm going through the manual here. Why is that? Am I missing? Those are all by 30s. Where's the one for? Oh, we're missing a step. Okay. It's probably a 20 millimeter. It's the one holding the pivot for the latch. So let's go 20. Yep. And then another 30. A couple of 30s. Yeah, we're not too far from getting to that point. I'm going to install the bed. We'll do that when we tension the belts. Okay. Clockwork is just about assembled. This came with 2 springs for some reason. Not quite sure why. I'm just going to use the one that's already on the There we go. Everything moves smooth. This is the extra heat set for the tool head board. Throw this back in there. Ask about that later. Okay. Clockwork is assembled. See here, check gear play. The gear should have a slight play and should not fully tighten against the pinion. All this is done. We can do that. I'm gonna remove those two screws from the stepper for the cable chain mount. And these are going to be in 3x20s. That's installing the cable chain mount to the stepper. So there's no possible way to do that in software to D-Rack X or the XZ axis because they're linked with the belts. So you D-Rack, you align the gantry, and then you let a bed mesh take care of anything else. So that function, it's not possible to do that in software. Okay, so that is done. I'm not going to put the cable cover on because it's different. And the whole thing can go onto the printer. But actually, before we do that, let's see how this tool head board and everything, because this is the cable cover. It's gonna sit like that, and this wire has to come around and plug into the tool head board. So let's get that out. Andrew, are you cutting one of the extrusions to convert a 1.8 frame? Okay, let's just get all of this. Okay, so this board sits here. There's a little adapter that must go like that. It's a little printed piece. This is I think this is gonna go on here. Ah. Got to go like that. And then this is going to go on there like that. And there's another screw that's going to go through the cover to hold it here. But right now I'm just looking for how long I need to make this wire. Oh, nice. I'll be curious to see pictures of that when you're done. Okay, so now I just need to cut this such that I can put a connector there and still hide all this wiring. So I'm gonna cut it right about there. And I'd be curious if I'm missing something. Because I don't know, do we still have Hart on here or any of the others that have built one of these? What did you do? I'm just going for it. Okay, let me get my crimping tools. I have a slight problem, and I'm hoping it's not a major problem. I have 3 JST terminals left. Let's see if I have, I'm hoping I have more tucked away somewhere else. Otherwise, I'm in trouble. What do you want a closer look of, Mohammed? I can get right there. This is the tool head board. And we're going to run this wire right there, just like that. So this is a PCB designed by Hart K from our Discord, and he's on the Voron design team. I think he did this before we asked him to join. LDO has adopted it for their kits, along with a companion board that goes on the underside in the electronics compartment that you'll see when I get there. I am really concerned right now. Here, let's just go this view because I have to move my camera. I'm really concerned that I don't have enough JST terminals to get this done. So I'm rummaging through my connector boxes looking for a terminal. This might be a project stopper. Oh boy, I have 3. I feel like, give me a moment. Give me a moment. Nope, not in there. Okay, I do not have enough. However, I am going to, what am I going to do? I don't know what I'm going to do yet. I'm open to suggestions. Yeah, I think that is going to be the, so I'm going to leave this length. We're going to end up with a little bit extra, but I think the soldering will be a temporary solution here, just to not kill the stream. So I don't need a lot of space here, and okay, we're going for it. I could theoretically take a terminal and try to just solder to the end of it, but I think this will be a slightly better solution. This would not be... So, I didn't anticipate this, obviously, but I just used up the rest of my JST connectors rewiring this guy. And I knew I was getting low, and I knew I needed to place an order for some, but I worked on that yesterday. So I am going to take all of these and just do a really tiny little soldered extension and little shrink tube, and call it good. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna solder them together. I've got the end that I already cut off of here, so I've got the end, and I've got this end, and I'm gonna get my little bits of heat shrink tubing. Got my little stash of heat shrink tubing, and I'm going to protect all of these. Even with the colors of heat shrink that match the wires. This shouldn't take all that long. And it's possible, well, let me double check, because I don't recall, and I think I did a quick look to see if they had any JST terminals, but I don't remember. That's the pie and stuff. It wouldn't be in that box. And I would have thought it would have been in this bag, if so. Yeah, there isn't anything there. It's possible we may find something later in the build as I go on, but I need to stop looking for things and start working around. So let me put some heat shrink tube on here before I forget. These little cheap kits of heat shrink, the small size is very they're very different. So all of those fit, but the green, I have to go to either a bigger green or find one that's a little larger diameter. There we go. Found one that's a little larger diameter. There we go. And then red. Where's the red one? There it is. And swap out the tip on my soldering iron. Turn up the temperature. Solder going. Oh, what do we got? Well, that's preheating. Andrew, at least that magnets don't matter in this build. Mohammed, your budget friendly for a Switchwire is just going to be the E3 Mini. Unless you need the 5 drivers, just go with the SKR E3 Mini. Okay. Let those cool down so I don't accidentally shrink that heat shrink. Line these up. Get a little bit of heat sinking from that too. Okay. Let's see if I can actually see what you see. A bit of microsurgery complete. There's the heat shrink over the joints. This is, I'll just say it again, this is not the appropriate way to do this, but I don't have much choice here. And really, if I wanted to make this just one more step closer to appropriate, I probably should have staggered these cuts. But what I want to do once I find or purchase some connectors is cut it right there so that I can put crimp connectors, cut it right beyond wherever the solder would have wicked in, and then just crimp on a connector. So, just making sure all of these cover the solder joint well, and then I'll hit it with the hot air. And that should be stream saved. Okay, anything to catch up on chat? I mean, I'll use this, but I am usually pretty good about getting stuff like that soldered up. That wasn't too bad. Okay, moving on. Are we ready to put the tool head on the printer? We can do stuff like this. Okay. go back here. What are we at? We have the 2mm inner diameter PTFE tube. We need some way to cut nice square ends on it. I happen to print this little thing out ages ago that I just use. I don't know, it might be a little overkill, but it works really well. I just run a X-Acto knife now across that, and I've got a nice square cut. I can also take a little countersink bit that I bought, and this I'm going to use as the entrance, so I'm just going to chamfer that a little bit. The other side I'll leave square, the one that goes into the hot end side. But now the length of this thing, it should be the same as any other afterburner. What is that? 20? Does anybody have that off the top of their heads? The length that this thing needs to be. I seem to remember it's not in any of the manuals. I have to open the CAD for it. I'm gonna look it up real quick. Wow, that's opening. Is it 26mm? Oh yeah. Oh, good point. Good point. Good point. Thank you. I almost made another time-wasting error. Let me pull this open because these I may have to figure it out. This is a dragonfly, so. Seem to remember this was different. So let's open this thing up. Get rid of all this extra stuff that we don't need. This unscrews from there. So this comes, the groove mount, it just unthreads, and there are flats on the bottom to unthread that. And this does go significantly further into that. So that piece is going to have to be quite a bit longer. I've got an idea. We are going to start by bolting this. Bolt this to here, and we're going to measure how far it has to stick out. So in here we should have some fastener hardware. Yep. So we'll get this figured out. And we're going to set this thermal grease that came with the hot end, we're going to set it aside because we're going to use that. And I'm just temporarily screwing the hot end onto this half of the board. And we're going to see how far that sticks out, and we can actually test that because I've got a I've got a couple of tool heads pre-assembled from other printers, so how far does that stick out the top? About 6.5 millimeters. So I'm going to take my red pen. Measure 6.5 millimeters up. I think the 10 millimeters is probably measured to this flat, not this protrusion, whatever. So I'm thinking about 42 millimeters is where we're at total. So now I can push this through. So we've got about 42 millimeters. And then we cut it off right there. And I make sure that I'm putting the chamfered side towards the clockwork. This piece can come on here. We're not quite ready to do this yet because I'm going to put the nozzle on. And we will snug this now. And hot tighten it later. Okay, so Dragonfly hot end goes in here like this. Wiring, heater cartridge, and thermistor are all I didn't say hog tie. What did I say? I didn't say hog tie. I don't know what I said. So I want both of these to come out. Let's look at the LDO wiring guide and make sure. That is correct. Both of them coming out this side. Okay. I'm just mental exercises. I'm going to assist this. I'm going to grab the wires close before I make this bend, so I'm not putting stress on the ceramic in there. And then I'm gonna drop the PTFE tube and start tightening that, but not really, with the cartridge centered. And this one will do the same. Okay. Okay. I think the Dragonfly has to be almost assembled in there before you put the covers on. So let's do that. So just for a quick, oh, I guess I can do that. It's docs.ldomotors.com, but yeah, I can throw, that's the page I'm referring to right now. I think anybody can get to that right now. That's what I was. There we go. And what are these? 20mm probably? Or are they 16s? What are they? I think the tool head assembly is up here. Sixteens, okay. Good, because I was out of 20s. 12s. Where? Oh, there they are. I've been pre-assembling my Trident idler assemblies, and on the right assembly part that connects to the gantry to the y-axis linear rail, the GT20 toothed idler has significant movement. And up and down movement is okay. It's supposed to float. It'll align itself with the belt. That's okay. That's intended. Now, if you decide to use a bearing stack instead of the toothed idler, then I recommend that you shim that to where it rides in the center of the belt, because you don't want it to separate and create a gap in between those bearings that the belt's going to work itself into. So the greatest difference, Jaeger, between the Dragonfly and the Dragon is that the heater block on a Dragonfly is unsupported. So if you look in there, the only thing holding that heater block is the heat brake. And that's a pretty thin tube. Now, under any normal circumstances, that's fine. If you crash the head, you're likely to bend that. If you crash the head hard enough on any of these, you are. But I don't know if you can see here, but on the Dragon, it has these 4 posts that help support the heater block. And I'm constantly getting confused between the BMO style and the BMS style. So one of them is the Creality style bolt-on, and the other is the rigid mount. So now that this is in place, I'm gonna tighten this grub screw to hold the heater cartridge in place. Thanks, Lotech Greg. Have a good day. Have a good Halloween if you're doing such. So this, just a quick Jaeger, I took the groove mount off. So the groove mount adapter threads into the top, it just unscrews. Whatever this one is, so BMO is the recommended one for any Voron build. However, we do have a tool head for the BMS mount, the Creality style. I've not used it, so I don't know. Okay, so they have some zip ties around here somewhere. Came in the kit, so we're going to secure this. We're going to try to get this moving. So one of these boxes was a bag of zip ties. I'll probably put them over here. Here we are. Putting zip ties, holding these wires in place. Okay, so that should be good. Let's clean up my tools. Throw that over there. This guy can all this stuff. Extra bits and pieces for the hot end. Jaeger, the Dragonfly came with the kit. So the Dragonfly came with the kit. Not a dumb question, that's okay. Move stuff out of the way. And where are we in the assembly? We are way behind what I thought. It'll be interesting. I'm not ready to call it, but at some point we'll see where this takes us. I'm not sure I'm going to finish this today. We will do what we can. I'm putting the screws in that the tool head hold this up and just tighten these down until it can still slide off from there, but doesn't have any play. Hi Kit, welcome to the show. Let's see. So we have the tool head together now. All that cut to length, and hopefully the afterburner wiring fixed. All this assembled. And I think we can put this thing with the tool head on. So what I'm going to do is, I think I'm okay on my height of the probe. I think it's in a good spot. So I'm going to try to hold these wires out of the way while I put the clockwork on there. And those get held on with a 30 and a 20. 30 and a 20. Oh. Just drop that on that nice acrylic. It probably made a mark. I'm pressing down on the clockwork just to make sure I line up with the heat set inserts I need to thread into. This X end stop switch and the probe wiring kind of provide an opposing push on that tool head, so we make sure everything lines up and we don't cross thread anything. Okay, so that is on. Everything is pretty solid. I don't know if we're at a point where we can just start plugging in some of these wires. Yeah. Let me see. Bring this guy over here. Ah. So we got the tool head board. We got X end stop and probe. And the heater wires will screw in here, and this is the, not the X end stop, this is the heater thermistor, hot end thermistor. The end stop, I still have to put the housing on the connector. So, and then the fixed stepper wire will plug in right here. Check your mesh kit on the gear mesh between the little brass pinion and the black spur gear. I'm gonna put this connector housing on the XN stop before I forget. There we go. I guess I can put these, where's that little screwdriver came in? I guess I can plug these all in. I don't see any reason why not. I'll probably have to tweak things anyway. I haven't used one of these tool headboards yet. I have a few of them. But I haven't installed one yet. I'll get a close-up shot of this once I get these things plugged in. Hopefully all of this fits underneath this cable cover. I think it will with a little bit of persuasion. Yeah, it fits. It all gets pushed into place. That'll be fine, just like that. Yeah. What do we have? PCF, HEF. What are those? Oh, fan. Hot end fan and part cooling fan. Okay, I think we need to do the cooling stuff, but I can show you what that looks like so far. So we've got a little bit of focus. Here we go. So we got the XN stop, the thermistor, the hot end, the probe, and the the extruder stepper. And then I'm running this around to the other side of the clockwork, and then I'll zip tie this probably to the bottom of the cable chain just to keep it out of the way, although it's probably fine as it is. Let's put the cooling. Let's see where we're at in the instructions anyway. Yep, we're at the fan assembly. So we got a little box of fans. A power inlet. I'm just gonna set that over there. And this is the controller cooling fan. We'll just set that aside and that'll come later. Okay, so the front of this comes off. So I'm gonna grab the little screwdriver they included and just pop the tabs on this. And a couple of printed parts. Okay, so this is going to go like this, but the wires have to go under. I'm gonna make sure that I'm gonna look at this. I want to make sure I don't break these wires. So making sure that they stay in their little tab here, and then it bends tightly from there but still stays underneath that tab. And then it goes in. Oh, okay. So there's a revision here that apparently didn't get included in the Switchwire. So this has nothing to do with the LDO kit. This has everything to do with me. There's a revision to this part that opens up this area here. And I am going to fix that the old-fashioned way. Sorry about the view of the back of my head, but this will be quick. But there's a revision that apparently got missed, and I didn't know about that until this second. So it just removes some of the plastic there to give more room for that wire to route. And I'm not going to bother heating this up to get rid of these white marks. I don't know if you can tell what I did there. I just cut that out so this wire will better, see, so much better right there. Does this tool head board work with all the iterations of the clockwork? I think so. I'm pretty sure Hart has made, or someone has made adapters for everything out there, but don't quote me. So there is a way to wire the Muhammad for the SKR Mini E3. There is a way to wire the display to the 12864 display to the single port, and some pins from another one on that. It may be, it just depends on if you want to go through that effort. This kit comes with the Mini E3 as a controller, and it comes with the Big Tree Tech 12864 LCD, and it has a little adapter board to take care of those connections. Okay, so now the front of this goes on here, and we use a couple of 3x16s to bolt it all together. I gotta find my 3x16s. There they are. I feel like I'm slowing down, but I'm still feeling okay. So we've kept a pretty steady viewer count here. I'm pleased to hear that. See that? I like that color combo. Okay, so that is done, and then we need to put the hot end fan in to the so where is there, here I'm going to check just to make sure, because I would normally put this like this, but if it needs to go, maybe it would go like that. Maybe that's the best. Yeah, that's probably the best anyway. Alright, like that. Okay, now I need a piece of filament. I got plenty of that. I always have a coil of something left. Oh, you know what? I have a coil of something left over from the Stellar Blue. Let's do that. Actually, I had just finished a roll, so I'm going to cut an end. Cut an end off of that. And then that creates the filament hinge. This is going to roll through here. Make sure we have enough slack here so that can open. Hopefully we got enough room here so those will both plug in. Okay. I think it's is it a 30mm screw that holds those in? Yep. I haven't actually attached the and you're absolutely right, Mohammed. I should be checking the filament path. I'm going to do that right now, but I'm just going to use a piece of filament. Open up the, and it goes through. So I'm comfortable with that. But you're absolutely right. I did forget to check that, and it looks like LDO includes a 2mm drill bit for cleaning that out. I can't think of any other reason they would include that. Super Smash Riolu. Yeah, I've taken to doing that. I kind of like the extra accent color. Almost every one of my builds I've done the whole front of the afterburner in accent. And 3x12s for the bottom too. Faith 3D, that's good to hear. I'm glad you enjoyed that build. It was a lot of fun working on that. I'm looking for my N3x12s. There they are. Oh, I've never had to run a drill through there, but if you had to, then you'd probably want to do I guess a 2mm. It's the camera could be significantly affecting the color of this blue. Berserkadirk. I like saying that, Berserkadirk. Question now, how stable would be this heavy head and how fast without skipping? It'll go very fast without skipping. I think your bed mass is probably, I don't know if it's heavier than this assembly. I don't know. Okay, So let's plug in the fans, and we're doing good. So hot end fan is this bottom one. And good thing, because I don't have a lot of wire left, but it is enough. And then the part fan comes right up over it. Now I think the tool head board is complete, except for the main connector, of course. But those, I feel like those need to kind of bend off to the side in order to get to that screw. What do you think? I think that seems to have worked out pretty well. Yeah, I don't know. That's probably, it's a little, might be a hair darker than that in real life. At least what's coming across on my screen. See if I can get some. I think that's just a particularly large piece of glitter too. I don't know. Autofocus on the camera is frustrating. Okay, where are we at in the documentation? I think we're done with that, and we're on to the power. Where did we? Did I just completely skip the y-axis and the bed and all that stuff? Did I apologize for the scrolling, but did I miss the whole? Or is it further? Is it after we do all the electronics? There's that part, but the bed itself wasn't. So let me go down here. Okay, so mains inlet, power supply, electronics, all this stuff, display. Oh, way down here. You almost finished the build before we have you putting the bed together. Huh. Okay. Let's switch over to the LDO wiring guide. Go back to here. Let's run the cable chains and stuff for the X. Got all these. The short one should be Y. The next longest one should be X, I think. And then Z. And then these are fixed on both ends, which is fine. I gotta reverse the connector on one end. So now this goes like this, like that, and I think, so this is another of my contributions to the project, as I modeled the wire cover. It hooks around the back, and yeah, that'll all fit. I don't have to clip this little end. This has the IGA style cable tie ends. I don't think I have to clip that on here. I think it'll be fine. So we have that. We have the wiring harness. So this is the magic of the LDO kit, is including this pre-done, pre-crimped Microfit 3 14-pin cable. Now my preference would probably be to leave the end zip ties on, but trim those flush, because they're not flush and they're kind of sharp. I'd probably pull or relocate the other zip ties to the ends. Maybe keep it bundled underneath the panel, but through the cable chains, I don't think I want these zip ties able to catch on any of the links. So this is going to be, this is all 24 gauge. Nope, there's a couple of 20 gauge. So there are 20 gauges in here for the hot end. The rest of it's 24 gauge, which is fine. I couldn't remember if they doubled up on any of them, but there are heavier gauge wires in here. And yes, it is PTFE or Hefluon or whatever it is. So I'm gonna plug this guy in, I think. There we go. And we're gonna pop the where does it pop? There we go. We're gonna pop the doors open on the chain. Hello, Flan. Thank you. Hefluon. I'll probably have to, yeah, I have to undo the last link as well. Okay, so this lays through here, and we can close it up. So I've depinned Microfit 3s with a small, like, sewing needle, or pin, not a needle, a pin, with some success. I did break down, I did break down and bought the actual Molex tool for that, and it is easier. It is fragile. Chances of breaking it, I hear people go through them quite a bit, but it used right, it works better. Like this, I'm kind of brute forcing it and hoping I don't break the tings on the whatever, on the terminal. But with the actual tool, it's much better. So I need a 2020 extrusion M3 T-nut. Where did I put those? I think I have too many of them left. What time is it? 3 o'clock? So there is a T-nut here for the cable chain mount, and 3x6 here. Connect that. Let's just put that there temporarily. And then the other side, this is a bit of a tight squeeze. That zip tie is not doing me any favors. Move that. Okay. Where did I just put those? 3x6. Just set them down. There's a button head. There's the flat heads. Where did I just put those? There's a button head. Where's the flat head? There. Let's see. So this little cable management piece on these chains kind of interferes with the connector here at the tool head. Hoping I don't have to cut it off, because I'd like to zip tie to it to anchor that spot. We're going to see here in a second if that will work. And just get a little bit of slack here, and I think it'll be fine. That worked well. And now let's get a view here. I think we're gonna be washing out everything else. Okay, so you see that extruder stepper wiring. So I'm going to take this and do a zip tie loosely to the rest of this bundle to just hold that up so it doesn't droop. I think the cover, once I put it on, is going to hold it up as well, but we'll just make sure if I throw a little zip tie there. Who do we have? I don't need that to be very tight. Maxim. I don't have a verdict yet. We're still building it, but the build has been going pretty well so far. I'll move this to the end of travel. And shift this down until it's just shy of touching that belt. So we want to make sure on this side the cable chain doesn't at Z-min or X-min it doesn't hit the belts, and that's I just have cramp in my foot. Let me switch it around so I can actually see. It is not hitting it now, so we should be good. switch it back around. It should go around here now. And I think I can zip tie this harness to this little end. Not super tight, but it'll hold it in place. Hymnus. Yeah, I'll show you a close-up here in a second. I'll get back to that. I'm going to put this wire cover on as soon as I find my 2020 M3 T-nuts. One more goes here. And that is a M3x8, I think. Yeah. Probably premature to put this on. That's gonna go. There we go. Fits well. And this will loop around and go into the Z chain, which is going to get mounted here. Is that a... Is that a 16 or a... Now I've scrolled through the manual so much looking for the Y assembly stuff. I gotta find where the... There we go, M5x16. That wasn't too bad. Charlie wants in. M5x16. Where'd you go? There they are. X-Men? What does it say X-Men for? Here, someone was asking for a close-up of the tool headboard again. There we go. So the fans, thermistor, hot end in the green connector, X end stop, probe, extruder stepper, and then the main 14-pin connector. X-Men. That's okay. It's time for silly. Okay. So I've checked these for the rigid end. So some cable chains have either a rigid end or a swivel end. If you have the typical 3-hole generic chains have one of each. One end is rigid, one end is swivel. You want the rigid side at the Z mount point. The lower point is designed to be tall enough to counteract the swivel part of a generic chain. These are rigid both ends, so it doesn't matter. pop the links on all of these so I can get this on. That's one thing about this this wiring harness is there's no physical way to get that 14-pin connector down through. So you absolutely have to have chains that open. Hymnus, yeah, it comes with the heart toolhead PCB and a companion PCB that goes underneath the deck. Andrew, what about on X and Y on the Trident, the generic chains? So similarly, I recommend, just because the way the Trident filament path tube, the PTFE tube for the filament path runs, I recommend running the rigid side at the tool head. That way it keeps your chain lower profile. It forces it into a tighter bend radius, but the wiring should be okay with that. These both need to change. Yeah, so I recommend running the rigid side at the tool head, and similarly at the XY bridge joint. Okay, I gotta run this wire on before I oops, these little doors open pretty freely. Let's move the zip ties so they're not in the chain. They open pretty freely, so they're closing on me before I'm ready for them to. They don't snap close, but they just get in the way. But I recommend, so this harness had these, just holding it together, these zip ties along the way. I left the one on the end, but I've moved all the other ones. I've slid them down towards the end. I'll probably end up cutting off most or all of them. I don't think it's a good idea to let those be in the middle of the chain. So you're going to end up catching somewhere. At this point, I'm going to cut this one off because this is going to have to go like that. And then I need some of these flathead cap screws. You guys are awesome though. This has been a consistent high 50s, low 60s viewers. That's really good for my streams. Oops, I threaded it into the wrong one. Plastic pigtail stripe. I probably wouldn't recommend bundling the wires at all in the cable chains, whatever method. I would recommend them being loose in the cable chains, controlled at the ends, so you don't over time work towards the wires being tight, because you want them to kind of relax around this bend. so that is on. This needs to, I need to undo this mount and this screw at least so I can get this connector under the deck. Yep, that'll be easy. And then this end goes on. And I think, yeah, this one is going to need to be cut. So it has these little cable management. Let's see what we can do here. So, oh, that worked out really well. So it has this cable management piece here, but when it gets bolted to that, and the wire's in the way, but you can see this extends out, which would hit the deck. So that one has got to go. What do we got here? Thanks, Sanity. I hope that's the point of me doing this. I have no illusions that I am the perfect builder. Hopefully, if anybody knows something better and doesn't agree with something I say and they want to chime in, I learned something. But for what this is, I think at least putting it on film or in a video, kind of the build processes, is helpful. For the point of if I was to do a 2.4 build, I would not try to do it as a marathon. That would be that would be a challenge. Hey, Jimmy. You are close enough to, whatever. I should say, you're really close. I'm in West Sacramento. So, how are you? Oh. Well, that's okay. I mean, you see what I'm working on, right? Let's go back here. Bob, this is an LDO kit, so their resellers will be carrying it. I'm not clear on exactly when it will be available for purchase, but it will be. I gather that it will be very soon, because this will be coming out before, or available to sell before, the 2.4 kit is out. And that one is not ready yet. This is not the first round of test machines, or whatever you call this. This is the second round, so a lot of improvements were implemented for this. Oh, I don't sell anything, Jimmy. I'm a hobbyist. That's what has really drawn me to the Voron team, is none of us are businessmen. I mean, if we were, we'd be really terrible ones. This is purely a hobby. I don't sell anything. Just having fun building stuff. Okay, so that is on there. Everything still moves. We haven't tensioned the... Nothing's hooked up to a controller, so we can move it as fast as we want. Oh yeah, so for sure, Sanity. There are individuals in the group who do, like Nemgria does. He has his panel laser cutting business, but that's his thing. The design group as a whole is not. I mean, we're just a design group, not a business. Oh, the keyback can be if any squeaking you heard. Yeah, you heard that. You can very carefully. Although in practice, actual printing, Z moves so little, so so little, I should say, at a time. You're not going to hear that when it's actually printing. We have this little mount here. This was in the instructions earlier, and it goes here, and it's a cable chain, Y cable chain mount. I'm going to throw that on. I think, Muhammad, the keyback will make all kinds of funky noises, honestly. I'm going to give a safe answer, Super Smash Raiolo, of the importance of using Loctite in the pulleys. It is critical to your long-term operation of the printer. I would not skip it. I know on my, it was kind of funny, my first Switchwire build, I was playing around and working on the printer and moving it and whatever, and a grub screw dropped out and fell to the side, and I'm like, where'd that come from? And it was from one of the XZ pulleys. So even though I had assembled them, I must not have tightened one of them. This is looking like a printer. Only almost 7 hours in. I'm way behind what I hoped to, but that's fine. I didn't want to rush this. I didn't want to be scrambling through. So let's see. Straight, no keyback movement. I'm not hearing anything. Now that's the end stop there. Now we got the keyback involved, and that is all keyback. Yeah, right there. There's a click and a squeak coming from the keyback. So, okay, let's see where we're at. We did the Z chain, and that wiring is now sitting underneath the deck. Here, what we can do is I think we can put this guy on. Oh, crap. Well, that's kind of annoying. I don't like that. It's got a piece of plastic across here, which you have to plug this thing in after it's bolted on. Nope. That might be a mistake. I don't know. But I am going to run with it. I think all of this lines up. Here, I'm gonna clean that cut up. I just was trying to be funny there. Just make sure there's not any sharp edges there. What was that, Sanity? And what was its purpose? What size screw does this use? I know we use a little, there's a little cylinder here because otherwise it's not printable. And is this a 12 or a 16? Let's try a 16 because that looks maybe right. So this, I should bring up, that's not going to work. It must be a 20. Do I have any more 20s? I thought I used the last one. Yeah, I used the last 20. If this needs to be a 20, they need to put an extra one in the kit. Oh, Sanity, lead designer was RCF. RCF designed this. I came in and was an early builder. Feedback. My contributions were things like the keyback end holder, this wire cutter, most of the rear grille, and the power supply mounting system. I have an extra stainless steel. Okay, so let's put this on here and see if that will screw in. I really don't like how finicky this seems to be to get this. Maybe I got it. There we go. Now what it's pinching. I think a little bit of extra space around there would probably be useful, but it's on. Let's see, let's get a good view of this. That's pretty clean. I'm not a huge fan of these big tumorous wire covers, but you gotta cover them somehow. There's not a lot of choice in a lot of this stuff. So, see if we can get around the back side there. Yep. Let's see. Oh, RCF does a lot of cursing me. Mohammed, do you know what the pull strength is on that alternate keyback? That would be the big question. Is we wouldn't want to support something that wasn't going to be spec'd well enough. You know what I mean? But if any of that information, you're welcome to PM me on Discord. That's fine. I definitely, if it's a viable piece, we definitely look at it. Multiple sources of this stuff is really handy. The keyback here was only, even though it's a keyback brand, it is worldwide accessible That's why it was chosen. Let's see. So that's on. Now we can get into the Y. And I'm not going to do this in quite this order because I got to run the cables through there. So let's just work on the Y assembly now. Got the heat bed. And a few bits and pieces for it. So this is the Voron Switchwire edition. So it does say Switchwire, but they did retain the whole, since LDO makes these for Prusa, or at least has made them for Prusa, maybe still does, I don't know. These angles are horrid, but it has all of the info on there. There's a little circle here, dotted circle. That's where the temperature sensor goes. That's where we'll put it. And there are a couple of 3.5 millimeter screws that thread in here to act as the print surface stops. So we're going to move the printer out of the way. It's getting slightly heavier. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they still do. I just didn't want to say for sure without knowing for sure. I think this is this a 2.5 millimeter? No, it's a 3 millimeter. What do I have? Did I put my Wera driver somewhere? Where is... What are metal parts? What are those metal parts? Torx Fighter, what metal parts? So these thread in from the bottom side. And you just want to make sure that you start them because they're going to cut their own threads. Just start them straight. Ooh, that gets hot. The friction of that burned me. Pindo Pro, hold on, so let's go through what's going on. So we got magnets here. Yes, magnets affect the sense distance on an inductive probe. Where your mesh ends up is going to have an effect on how much you will see of that. There are also, I don't know if it's this is not going well. Let me finish this and then I'll talk. They're 3.5s, Sandy. I'm just trying to get this started. The other one, right there. This one is not wanting to start. Part of this is I've got the wrong driver to do this. I know where my other 3 millimeter non ball end, because I don't want to use the ball end side of this. It'd be 1 minute. Okay. Instantly better. And I'm not going to touch that because it's really hot right now. Then I'm not surprised. These pins are very important to be as short as possible. This should put them about less than a millimeter over the height of your print surface. And Torx, Sanity is correct. So the degree that it's going to affect you depends on where your probe points end up being. Prusa does have a magnet or a pattern that they use where they ignore the magnets. I believe Clipper also has a way of excluding if it's not in the main branch. There is a alternate branch that's been done. Okay, let's put the thermistor on here, and we're going to refer to, because this is one of the LDO bits of documentation. Let's see where they put it. Here we go. And this is kind of the layout that they have. See if I can get. Whoa. So we are going to grab another couple of paper towels. Rubbing alcohol. Have a good one, Mohammed. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I look forward to hearing from you on that. I'd be curious what other products are out there that we could be looking at. So I just want to make sure that the area around this is clean of any oils. And then I'm going to put a small dab of this heatsink compound. Let's see what we have here. It came with the hot end. Put a small dab in the center of that. Ah, it's stringy. Let's see if I can. Ah, that stuff is terrible. Okay, new plan. Q-tip. I want to clean some of that off. I don't want as big of a area there as. I wasn't expecting it to be so stringy. I think that'll be fine. There we go. And then the thermistor wire right in the middle of that. And a little bit of foil tape. It comes with it. This all came in the kit. Now, this is very thin. Tweezers. tight around that. Let's see what they say. Do we use multiple plates? Thermal paste and then cover with a piece of aluminum and the polyamide tape. Make sure that it's in contact with the heat bed. Yep, everything's good. I think we are good. Now we just need some of the capped on tape, basically. Oh, interesting. This stuff is thin. There we go. That works. Some compound on my bench. We are at 7 hours. Who had 7 hours for completion? Yeah, I've had this I've been going through a case of it for a couple of years. It's some whatever brand, 99%. I'm down to I think 3 or 4 bottles. Okay, let's see, is there anything more? So we get to attach the cables to the heat bed. So we're done with this bag. That's the under deck part, and this is heat bed. Here we are. This has some other goodies too. The kit actually comes with LED strips for the case lighting. And here's that little adapter if anybody, where are we at? So this adapts the EXP connector on the board with a auxiliary connector next to it to the 2 pins needed for the display. This is the cable for the thermistor. This LED strip cable, and here is our heated bed. Now we have ring terminals on one side for the bed side. So let's get this out of the way. How should I do this? Get this out of the way. Tracy, I don't know if they sell it on their own. Most of this stuff, they usually plan on it, especially when it's that useful, similar to like the little nut holders for the rails on the V0.1. So I wouldn't be surprised if they started selling it on its own, but that might also depend on how much demand people have for it. I'm going to take a little emery board and lightly and carefully clean up the copper on these just to make sure we're nice and fresh. Fine. I don't want to scratch the board all around it, so I'm just working through the oxide layer just when we put that ring terminal on there, we get maximum contact. I don't have to do the whole thing. That ring terminal is not going to contact the whole thing. I'm just doing it around the hole. Just a little bit so I don't scratch the whole thing up. If you notice, they mention that in the wire in their guide, in LDO's guide. So I figured it's probably not a bad idea. Okay, so this goes on. I think it's going to be easier to have the wires attached to this. Welcome to bedside manner. Okay, so ground is this side, VCC is the other side. They have special low profile screws for this. Let's see, break out. So we've got these ring terminals, and we got these super low profile screws, and I know that's not focusing the greatest. There we go. And this is all so we clear the little cover, and we try not to hit this stuff in the back with the tool head. So we're gonna need a couple of lock nuts and these, and we bolt these on to the side like this. So in order for everything to actually fit, now my original recommendation for this was to solder your bed cables. It's still, I think, going to be the best solution, but I think this is going to work pretty well. We talked about this a little bit. This is one of the questions. Where did I put those? Questions on the kit is how to make this more user-friendly. And I think this will work well. And the concern we had was whether it was going to interfere with the, is that what size these are? Interfere with the paneling on the back for the enclosure, and coming out to the side like this doesn't. So I have this neat little J Concepts nut driver, basically, from RC car days, and this works out pretty well for doing stuff like this. So that bolts on there like that, and then the other one comes around from the other side and keeps things pretty low profile. Oh, I didn't say Prusa recommends soldering them. I recommended soldering them. I still think well done and properly strain relieved, you're going to get a better connection with the solder. But this is, I think this will work okay. So you end up like that, and then you just pull these wires in, and I know everything clears at this point, but then you can, wherever it went, LDO designed this little cover. Now the logo's on the inside. Not enough light. Anyway, the logo's on the inside, but there's only one layer. So the hope is that when the LED on the heat bed lights up, it'll kind of illuminate through that. And this should snap over there, and that is very low profile, and I think it's good with the bed. So let's see, let's grab my calipers. This is 3 millimeters over, less than 3 millimeters over this surface. With the sheet on here, it's going to be less than 2 millimeters over there. With a Pinda probe, you've got a 2.3 millimeter, I think, is the maximum sense distance on that. So you should, by a hair, be able to clear that, even with a Pinda probe. So that is there, that is there. I think we're going to want another piece of Kapton tape to hold this thermistor, but I don't want to do it yet because I'm not quite sure where that's going to tie in on the bed. So I'm gonna slowly be gathering everything metal on my desk as I move this thing around. So let's get this thing on here. So I think what we'll do is move this forward, and actually that camera angle still kind of works, doesn't it? We get the other cable chain. Let's see what we need here. We need to reverse both. I'll have to take these off again, but I'm just kind of feeling out how I want this wiring to go. The kit includes the little 6mm standoffs. Includes more than you need, at least. You need 9, and I think it includes 11. Or yeah, it includes 11. Let's see. And there are some flathead screws that I've picked up a few times. Trying to figure out where I set them back down. There we are. I think my plan here is usually to set the middle one and then insert the other ones. And this will have to, I'm going to be reinstalling this a few times, but I lost the, oh, maybe that's it. Yep. Okay, so that sets one. And then I want to see where I end up on my wiring here. Goes there, and there. See where I want to put my connectors and stuff. Okay. The printer's light. So I'm going to put the other piece of Kapton tape they included just to keep that thermistor wire out of the way. And this is going to just bend around and plug in. I'll basically follow that. Okay. We ready to put this on the printer? I think so. See ya, glue stick. I'm gonna keep chugging along. Got a thermistor wire that's going to plug in. Plug in here. And then we got to pop open all the links on this cable chain. And of course, I had used that screwdriver to clean up some of the thermal paste without cleaning the screwdriver first. I got some thermal paste on that. I don't know how long we're going to end up going. I'm okay right now, so I might grab a little snack. Snack on some almonds or something while we're continuing. I'd like to, what the hell, instead got more of this. That thermal paste ends up everywhere. I want it in other spots. Can I get it somewhere else on here? Ah, yeah. Nope. Okay, this end has to come off. Both ends have to come back off. These are the only wires that come through here, so that. This is going to snap on like that. And this is going to snap on like that. Okay. Flathead screws, where did you go? They're there. One. We're in. So let me see what I can do here for. We get this other thing on, and then we'll get a good camera angle on what I'm working on and what I'm doing. Actually, I need to do this other thing first. So see if I can get a view of this and what I'm trying to do here, if it's not too dark. So this is the chain, the wiring coming from the bed. I'm going to grab a zip tie around, I'll probably go around the cable chain end. The part, this blue part, has a zip tie slot built into it. So, but I'm just going to use this. I think it'll be easier. And I'm going to pull these wires somewhat close, make sure that they just clear everything and restrain them there. And then we'll move on to the other side of the wiring setup. So all of this comes through here, and I just grab a zip tie and loop it around. Barely get the snipters in there. And then you can see nothing's going to catch on anything. Just a quick zip tie to hold it in place. Trap the connector in the, there we go. Now the rest of these can get, threaded in. No problem, Tracy. Honestly, I'd rather be doing this than dealing with Halloween. So, not my favorite holiday. I mean, it's fine, but just using some thin pliers to help guide these in. It can be a little finicky. We still have clipper to do, and we got all kinds of fun still coming. Lost it. Where'd I lose it? Lost it somewhere. There it is. Okay, the bed is there. Now we've got to attach it on the other end. That really needs a ball end. There we go. Everyone got quiet. Have we answered all the questions? Okay, so this mount I put on this side. This mount here, the position of this is going to determine the whether this chain rides level or not. So the next thing I need to do is eye down this and probably move this up a little bit, or actually down just a hair to make all this line up, and then I can attach these cables and then run them into the deck. Let's see if I can get past it. I don't really want to break that piece off. There we go. I can get to it. That looks about right. Oh yeah, Tracy. I expected to be at that point sooner than this. We're at 7.5 hours. I'm gonna anchor this with a zip tie. And these just go into the paneling. Right, like that. Are we at? Oh, I wanna zip tie this. I wanna put a little zip tie there. Yeah, we've got plenty of room. Not gonna run into anything. Pull this little. That works. And then down on this side, there's no good place to put a an anchor, but if we just kind of go through the last link here, it'll work fine. Just to kind of help hold that wire in the middle of the chain. Aves 254 in X, 240-ish in Y, and 230-ish in Z is the build volume. Now I say ish because if you take the, let's see, you take a build sheet and you put it on here, and we grab the, where did I put my ruler? You can hit all these spots. What that ruler? You can hit all these spots on the printer, but there's things that get in the way. It's the same as on the Prusa. Where did I put my bigger ruler? Oh, there it is. What do we want? That's not a bad suggestion, Sanity. Let me finish this real quick because I get distracted way too easy. So if we go sideways, we've got the 254, but you've got these holes here in all these plates. You could theoretically get all the way back to 235 ish if you avoided those and were able to print all the way up to these posts in the back. Realistically, probably 230, 225. But this Y restriction is the same. X and Y would be the same on a Prusa or this. Channels, music channels. Give me just a minute. What are we playing now? Let's go. What do you want? I mean, I'm just using stream beats. Do you have a suggestion, Sanity? Basically, the easy thing for me to do is if you go to streambeats.com and just tell me which playlist to hit play on. EDM? Let's try it. There we go. How's that? Let's try it. If folks don't like it, then we can change it. I think I've said this before. I am so not musically inclined. It's an exercise for me to even figure out what I want to play on here. So that's why it kind of stays. So let's see where we're at. Are we at the point where we can start wiring the bottom of this? Yeah, let's move over to that. Okay. We're gonna have a couple of wires to run for the steppers. Grab all those. These should be of different lengths, I think. Short-ish one. Same shortish one. And this one's a bit longer. Okay. Let's see if we can flip this around. That's a pretty decent view, huh? We'll follow their stuff. So preparing the SKR controller. So this is, I think they put this here. I think they put this in their instructions based on my feedback. I had mentioned I take a red Sharpie. Where'd my red Sharpie go? Oh. I take a red Sharpie and I mark the top of. I mark the terminals on all the positives, just so I don't have to guess when I'm hooking it up later. So I take a Sharpie and I look on the bottom and DC in, and I just mark the top of the terminal. Got, that should be the two important ones. The others are the bed and the hot end. Yeah, that will be good enough. Yeah, I'll mark it as they show in the picture. There. And then if you see the picture there, and I marked it the same. The music okay, guys? You're right, DJ Natty. I forgot about that. That is important. That is important. Thanks, Himness. I appreciate that. I really do. So that's prepped. We're going to prep the inlet, which we had grabbed before. So has fuses here. I don't know if there's any pre-installed, and these are extra, but we're going to check because I learned that on one of my previous builds. I forgot to put a fuse in. There is a fuse in there, but it has a couple of extras. Toss those over there. We are matching their diagram. It is correct. And then we're gonna sew the wiring over here. Hook that up. This is a really long stream, I know, for folks to stick around, so coming and going, whatever. It's all it's all appreciated. So there are a couple of these. Let me make sure I got the right one. I think this is the only one with the proper terminals. Yep, it's all the European stuff. I dealt with that on my Trident build as well, because I had a harness from Lineo, whatever. No offense, but I don't know for sure which it is. And it had the European colors as well. Yeah, this all matches the pictures, so all of that is on. They want you to do this outside of the printer because it takes a little bit of force to get these spade connectors on, and you don't want to be pushing on your printed part here. So that's all prep work. So now we should be getting to placing them. Did we have... I'm just scrolling through to make sure I didn't miss anything major. We can put the power supply in place. US is just green, black, and white. Black for live, white for neutral, and green for ground. So I got the power supply around here somewhere. Okay, and then we have some mounts. Wherever I put those. Just looking for my... Okay. This is going to go here, but to do that, we need to install these mounts, which are going to require the M4 hardware, which is in this pile of stuff I'm creating. This more and more disorganized. There they are. M4x8s. Oh, I think I caught the voltage switch. Yeah, when I was doing my unboxing, I noticed that it was set to 230 volts. But thank you for the reminder. So these go like this. See ya, Jaeger. Thanks for being here. I think that goes like that. So this is another of my contributions to the switchwire build, to the switchwire design, is the way that the power supply mounts. It's kind of funny because I was working on this and I had a few ideas and we were working on things, and I modeled up an idea and I showed it to RCF, and he just says, "You got to be kidding me," because then he took a picture of some notes he had taken that was basically exactly what I had just drawn, what I had just modeled. So this end here hooks into the extrusion slot and attaches here, and the power supply is stable and attached. But yeah, he had taken some notes, a little drawing of an idea for a mount, and it was pretty much exactly what I had just posted a screenshot of a model of. M3x5 or M5 2020 is what we're looking for here. Now there's two holes here. That's because the Prusa power supply uses the other hole, or at least the older Prusa power supply. So it was one mount for whichever way you were going to build it. Now the newer, I think it's, what is it, Delta manufactures their power supplies now, the newer ones. I don't believe this works for those. Estimated build cost for a switchwire is in the $700 to $900 range, depending on how many parts you're reusing from whatever build. Oh, time to. That's pretty good. I'm getting pretty good battery life out of the AirPods. Let this one get going. There we go. And catch up. So a Prusa kit is right about $800. Fully assembled is about $1,000. This is comparable. The LDO kit, I don't know what the pricing is going to be. This kit that I'm building here, I don't know what the pricing is going to be. The SKR2 is used. I've not used it myself. It is compatible, Clipper compatible. It has all the stuff. Okay, we got to get moving. Power supply mounted. They are having us mount this Wago connector to the frame here. So I think we can get a lot of this stuff mounted right now. Little Wago mount. It should just kind of slide in and snap into place pretty satisfactorily. As long as you don't do it upside down. There you go. And one more around here somewhere. There it is. Aves. 100 millimeters per second shouldn't be a problem, especially with input shaper. Acceleration, I haven't spent quite enough time trying to tune speed and stuff on my Switchwire. I spent a lot of time playing with the dual extrusion, general printing. I don't know what its maxes are. You're probably better off asking in the Switchwire channel, because other people there will probably be able to give at least their feedback on what they've done. Okay, so this is going to go right there, so I'm going to need to have a couple of the 3030 M5 mount, or T-nuts. I am definitely getting lost in the mess. That's for sure. Get rid of that. Where did my other Wera driver go? Where did the other... It's hard to miss. It's not this one, the other one. Fall on the floor. Oh, there it is. This is the ball head. That's just a temporary spot. Slide it along here. Right there. And then the RS-25 power supply should be in here. And it gets its own little mount. That goes in there like that, and that's going to go like that. So I think we're in 3x8 for these. What do we have? So the Trident serials are in the Voron 1 sequence. So you may still get an auto name of V1 dot whatever, but you can just change your server nickname to VT. So you're still going to get a V1 dot 3 whatever now auto assigned. But when you build a Trident, you can change your server nickname to VT dot whatever your number was. At some point, that probably needs to get updated to just auto assign V to VT. Okay. I'm gonna just up just a little bit. Something like that. This is the pie mount. This is the SKR mount. 3x6 button head. I've seen those. And 3x6 button heads. Where'd you hide? There they are. Lost the screw. Found it. Yeah, all of the serial requests are reviewed by hand. There's no way to automate that, so it does rely on someone taking their time to do it, but it gets done. It gets done. Okay. A couple more. Throw these on blind. There we go. Go. Getting there. Raspberry Pi. So this comes with a Pi 3, the 3B Plus, which is perfectly adequate for any of these printers. And a 16 gig SD card, which we'll leave out for right now. It is Kingston. So I do have some Pi heat sinks. I'm going to throw a heat sink on there real quick. to run a heatsink on that. Okay, how does this sit? How hard is that going to be? I think I can get to it. Yeah, an 8 gig Pi 4B is way overkill. Now, a Pi 4 isn't a terrible idea, but the amount of memory is not needed. So use our self-tappers to thread this in. I think I can still get to the SD card. We still have to flash or load an OS on the Pi. I don't know what I'm going to do with these Pi 0W2s. Pi 02W. But they'll be available for if I do need something. I am out of... nearly out. I have one regular Pi left. Okay. 2 more of these. You can power the 4 with a DuPont connector, no problem. I think some of the questions and confusions around the powering via whatever way, didn't some of the, like the 3B has some sort of protection if you power it through the USB port, where that is bypassed if you power it through the GPIO header. Whereas on a 4, it's not protected either way. So Kilo can probably correct me on that if somebody else can't, if I'm wrong. Yeah, that's the thing, DJ. I don't think there is a integrated protection on the 4 anymore. Yeah, power to the Pi is critical. I was having a problem on another printer earlier this week, and as far as I can tell, it turned out to be undervolting on the Pi. As soon as I plugged it into a dedicated power supply rather than through the controller I was using, the problem went away. OKOL. So far, no. The Pi powered from the Octopus on my orange Trident is working just fine. Okay. The second half of the magic that makes this wiring so much easier is the controller side toolhead board. So this is the other side of this board, of this cable, plugs in right here, and this has outputs for, I think it does more than just this. I think it has the I think it has the MOSFET for the controller fan and stuff on it as well. Yeah, so we have a controller fan, 24 volt. We have LEDs that can plug into this for the LED strips, extruder, all this stuff. And then the hot end on a heavier gauge connector. Toolhead breakout PCB revision 1.0 designed by LDO. They have a little printed mount. I tweaked it and put their logo on it. So I think this will end up being the official one that they put on their repo. It might be there already, but I thought that turned out pretty neat. I did run heavier gauge wire. I ran a 20 gauge lead for the power for the Pi. So this little breakout board is exclusive to the LDO kits. I believe, but I'm not sure, that this will be in their Voron 2 and Trident kits as well. It may not be this exact board. If they learn anything from this, they update it. If it needs additional capabilities for those printers, then they'll change it. But something like this, it just simplifies the build so much. To be able to run this one cable from the tool head all the way to the control board, and then all they have to do, if they have to change controllers, they just change these pigtails going from here to the controller board. Okay, I need to find my self-tappers that I think I thought I was done with. There they are. Now, that nice, cool little logo just gets covered up, but whatever, it's fun. Okay, so this gets stuck with VHB tape to the underside of the deck here. That goes there. I want to make sure that's not enough. I think that'll work. Okay, so let's break out the VHB tape. It's official. What's official? That response to something else. Hey Johnny boy, the kit comes like this from LDO. Comes with all the cables pre-done. there is no chance that I could do a build like this in one day. I mean, even with this harness pre-done, I'm at 8 hours now, right? Yeah, I'm at 8 hours now, and I haven't even put an OS on the Pi or firmware. It is huge time saver. Try to see what I'm doing here. Plug this in right now, so I don't have to get my fingers in there, because these are a pretty tough connector. Let's put that in right like that. Hopefully that stays in place. So that's pretty much where we are. I haven't put that fan in place yet. Now we can start wiring in power and stuff like that. So this is already connected, so let's just go ahead and snap that into place. That snaps in, and then Wago connectors are so cool. What do they want us to do? Do they have a brown, blue, yellow? Okay, brown on the top. I want to just follow it. Blue in the next one. And then I'm giving a little tug on these to make sure they're in there good. Oh, that's what I didn't do. Let's pull these out. So they supplied this channel, this wiring channel that I want to use. I want to put this in with a little bit of gap on each side, so I think I'm going to cut it right there. And I'm just going to cut it with the snips. There we go. Clean it up a little bit. And this would go right here, kind of centered on that. Helps to clean up all the wiring, so let's keep going through my paper towels. I'll be right back. See ya, Chris. Have fun with Halloween. Make sure that's clear. And this is going to... Did they center that on there? Yeah. VHB on there. I'm not going to put... I think I'll put a few strips along it. Maybe on the ends. I think I'll do something like this. This is my thought. I want to be able to take it off if I need to. And then a couple along the middle. Maybe we'll go halfway and then half and half again. I'm still going, Chaos. I don't know for how much longer. We're playing it by ear at this point. DJ Natty, the feet are... So we originally spec'd TPU printed feet, or whatever you want to bolt on there. It's just a flat surface. The kit is coming with the same compressor feet that have been used on Voron 2 or Voron 1 for a long time. For Trident, we switched to the amplifier feet, and the next minor release of Voron 2 will be set up for the amplifier feet. Now the nice thing is that even though we spec the amplifier feet, the compressor feet will bolt right into the same spot. One of the nice things about changing, what I had to do for the amplifier feet on Voron 2 is reposition them. So now in the new parts, the you can't put in too long of a, well, within reason, you can't put in too long of a bolt, whereas before, if you did, you ran the risk of running that bolt into the Z belt, the 82 pulley belt. I repositioned them to fit better and look better from the outside, and you can't make that mistake anymore. Okay, this thing's kind of in the way. Just tuck that out of there. I'll try to mostly center this. Right here. Those feet are way nicer. The Voron 2 is pretty heavy in the back, so with the compressor feet, especially on the larger builds, it would kind of lean to the back. Okay, I think that'll work fine. Now we can take this and add us. Straight through, and then it's round to the top one. Actually, this could be longer, I think, because if they want us to use this little thing, it's a tight fit, so that worked okay. Blue and yellow. There we go. So that's on. Now we have the power to the 5, and these are well labeled, to the 5-volt PSU. And this one's to the 24-volt PSU. going to remove the 5-volt one because it uses the front access terminals, and that'll be tough to get to in the printer. So to the 5-volt PSU, and we've got, that is ground. And individually, these are labeled, which is nice for us Americans that don't remember the differences in the color code. There's our live, there's our neutral, and there's the ground. So. There's not a lot of space there to. I'm gonna go from the top. I should have gone from the top. It's not gonna hit that, so heavy gauge wires, kind of hard to bend into place, but it's manageable. What do we got? I think this can go back in there. Push this up almost to the add-on board. Well, that's a little odd. So a little bit more feedback is the wire end. So looking at this, that's just not enough length here to get between the Wago connectors. So I'm gonna try anyway. Might be better than I initially think, but here, this will be easier if I reposition this one to the next. The power inlet to the middle one, and now I can plug these in right next to each other. I don't know if I'm going to run into the same problem with the with the 24-volt supply, but we'll find out. These are just heavy gauge wires, kind of hard to move around. There would be to just kind of bend this down and out of the way. Now we've got this. So yeah, I think this will work. This one has a little more room than the other one did. They kind of bounce around, but Not a lot of finger room. I get it. There we go. There we go. Hey Johnny boy, this will be available from LDO, or more accurately probably through their distribution network. Currently this is a test kit. This is not the first round of testing though. I think they need to, a little bit of feedback is going to be to increase the lengths of these wires, or at least change where the heat shrink is. There we go. That was a little more difficult than necessary. I don't know what it is. It's at least 18, if not 16. They don't list the gauges on the bags that they came in. Oh boy, I need to take this cable, and before I get too far I need to connect it here on the 5-volt supply. This is the USB power for the Pi. There we go. I don't know how they have pretty good diagrams on how the directions that many of these wires work best. I'll follow those here in a moment. Definitely tight now. Sorry about that, I'm back. Okay, I think that's in place and reasonable. Let me make sure that I got the wires correct. Yep. They appear to be. Yeah, these kits are pretty nice. I'm pleased. Let's see. So mains power is connected. And yeah, I think the as supplied wiring, they might need to just clean up where the heat shrink ends. Because there's just not enough to play with without being really tough to work with. Okay, so that's both power supplies. So now we have the Pi and the SKR. So we're gonna come from the power supply up into this little wire chain here, and then we go into the Pi like that, I think. I think that's reasonable. And we have the SKR power. We'll just do the two middle power terminals. Yep. And then they run those similarly. Where does this go? Can this go all the way up here? Into here? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that'll work. Get a little more out of the way. What do we have? Everybody's getting quiet. I'm just anxious to get this thing running, I think. Oh, wrong camera. Okay, so the Pi's powered, the SKR is powered. Got heat bed and thermistor. So that's these guys. Bed thermistor. Play a little trick and run this up and loop it back to use up some of that wire length. This will all bounce out of that channel until I get the cover on. So the bed thermistor. bed power. I'll do the same thing. Get up. And the bed is right here. There we go. No sparks. Yeah, I hope not. Let's see. So thermistor and the bed, and we need to do the case fan. So let's grab the case fan. See how much wire we have. Yeah, just enough. Like this. So this is a 60mm fan. It's a 60mm extrusion. We don't have enough room to put VHB tape to the top or bottom. We can only adhere it on the side. So we're going to use three short strips of VHB, one on each end and one in the middle, I think. I'm cutting these too long. I want to make sure that this is only a little bit of surface area, so let's make sure it's clean at least. I mentioned this pretty early in the stream, so some of you might have been around when I did, but this is going to end up being a giveaway at a future unplanned, undecided, everything event, Voron event. So I'm really looking forward to that, because that just sounds like a blast. Okay, I'm going to just run this up inside this extrusion slot and plug it into the C fan 24 volt port. And that's the first thing we plug into that controller board. Is there a limit on this stream to be saved? No problem, Sandy. Thank you for being here. You're here often, and I appreciate it. You're well engaged. Okay. We are going on almost 9 hours. I've highly underestimated this by quite a bit. I'm kind of surprised, but that's okay. Okay, so I think that's where we are. So we are going to get the Y and Z steppers connected. What do they have us doing? Taking a loop? Taking a walk around the block? Oh, I didn't put that in. I didn't put this in. Sure. Why not? I hope this is available for replay. I mean, it's hard to ask anybody to sit through a 9-hour stream. You talking about this board? What is that? Slim Gig? That is an LDO companion board to the toolhead board. So there's a 14-pin microfit here, and that's the only connector, or the only cable that goes through the cable chains to the toolhead. And there's this uses the Heart K toolhead board with a 14-pin connector on it, and this is the other side. And then there's little pigtail connectors that go from here to the controller board. Okay, I'm gonna get this high power out of the way and just kind of pick a spot that this seems that it'll work for it. Yeah, Tracy, that allows this to be a much simpler wiring job. You don't have to run any individual cables anywhere. Bend that out of the way. There we go. It is pretty nice. If it wasn't for that, I would have no chance of doing anything with this today. I'm feeling pretty good considering, though. This time has absolutely flown by. It's ridiculous. Okay, so we have the steppers. We have a bunch of wire cables for the steppers. 2 of them were the same. 1 of them was longer. There's the longer one. That's gonna go. Let's see if I can happen to sneak this up. I can sneak it up here. Nope. How am I gonna do that? Move that back. I think that'll be enough to get this through. There we go. Oh, I pushed the board side in. That's why I wouldn't plug into the stepper. It's okay. Got my technique down now. There we go. Okay, how do they want this thing to run? They want it to run all the way up into this. And over to, what is this? This is the X stepper. Sorry, kids. And now we have that can tighten up. What do we got? There we go. I'll go right there, and they have it looping around. Use all this wire, all this cable. And I think I can go to the Y stepper right like that. A little clip to hold it up inside the extrusion would probably make it a little cleaner. But that's fine. What is next? Let's see if I can scratch it. That's done. So now I get to connect the tool head breakout board. So here's a key point. So I don't know if anybody's actually gonna watch this thing long enough later to catch any of this, but a key point with this build and using the tool head board in particular is that the hot end ends up being polarized. So you want to make sure that we're connecting that correctly. So let me grab all these because we get to start plugging in all the bits and pieces. All these bits and pieces. So here's the hot end cable. And is it a good idea to plug it in right now? Where does that go? So that goes right like that. And then it's going to loop into here. And connect. It's going to be tough to get in underneath that, so. There we go. Now. Ah. and muscle the other one into place. There we go. Oop, wrong screwdriver. Okay. That will probably work well, right like that. So that's the hot end and it's on correct. Yeah, you're right, Kilo. I can easily do that though. I can just disconnect the power to the SKR and the Pi. You're absolutely correct. I need to check my output voltages on the power supplies before I go further. But I can finish this up. That'll be easy to just disconnect this. Everything else should be okay. Nothing else gets hooked up into these. Check those, and then go from there. Oh, did it have me? Oh, Y stepper. Okay. That's what I missed. Yep, I will. That is a normal part of my process. I did not. Oh. X, Y, Z. There we go. Backtrack this. Like that. I'll cover up when I Okay, now it's just a bunch of jumper cables. So all of these guys just go between. So we got Y and stop. Let's start there. I'm picking the ones that are easy to heater. One end thermistor, X end stop. What is this? Part fan. Where's the Y end stop? Did I not pull it out of the bag? Oh no. See? That's 9 hours talking. There's no Y end stop because I'm doing sensorless. Hot end thermistor. So another note, I don't know if the labeling on this is HE0 on one side and hot end TH on the other side. This should be labeled, if it's going to match the board, it should be labeled TH0 on this side so it can plug into TH0 on this side. then we're going to go, what's this? X end stop. X end stop is here. I'm going to go down here to X end stop. C fan and LED. What is that? What is going on there? Let's go on to the hot end fan. HEF. HEF, they have us going to fan 1. And PCF, they have us going to fan 0. That goes there. How are we doing? I guess we have extruder, stepper, straight into there. That one's easy. And I've got probe. Okay, I gotta look at these on their instructions. Where are we at? It's getting really close to time for a break. I am probably going to split this into 2 streams. It sounds like the smart choice to make. I'm at 9 hours right now, so I'd like to finish the wiring, and probably the next stream would be a much shorter stream, doing all our checks, powering it up. But we'll see. We're looking at this stuff. So CF fan and LED on the breakout PCB goes as Z probe and power detect on the controller. So CF LED, where is that? I have CF fan 24 volt CT. I don't see what they're talking about. And I got a probe and ABL. I'm not quite getting. Let's look at this. Let's see if I can figure out what this is doing. While I'm messing with this, I'm going to grab a granola bar. I see that, but the problem is, so it says that port says servos on this board, and I'm not positive that this is the same. Yeah, it is oats and honey. There's an extra. No, that goes there. Okay, so pink is those two. But that's not how it's labeled. But that's how this is. It's an E3 Mini V2. Yeah. I was getting hungry. Okay, I see. CF band and LED goes to... It's not labeled well on the board is the problem. It's labeled servos on the little breakout board. So then this goes here and to... power detect. Right there. Okay, we're past that. And then I have one that's called probe and ABL. And it goes to, that's the blue, to Z-stop. Okay. I was just getting tripped up on the with that servo label on the board. I guess that makes sense, Jeff, because the BL Touch uses a servo. I don't know. Yeah, a little clarity might be good. I can't believe after 9 hours I still have over 40 people on here. That's still higher than any of my other streams gets. I think my peak on any stream has been like 35 before this. Okay, I'm going to temporarily disconnect power and know exactly where it is. Because this, I mean, it's only 24 volts, but it will be live, and I don't want it to touch itself or burn something out. some voltage. So, as Kilo and others have pointed out, we want to test things as we go. I mean, the biggest step is make sure that our power supplies are working and they're not outputting something weird or whatever. So I've disconnected their power. Making sure the power switch is off to start. So plugged in, switch turned off, everything okay. Turn on the power. I get an LED. Oh, sorry. I get a green LED on the power supply. Green LED on the 5-volt power supply. Set my meter to voltage. And I'm just going to come in from... So, I'm standing here behind the power supply. I've done this. I don't know if this is what Nero did or not, but I've done this before, blown the fuse. I'm attacking it from this side. My natural inclination is to probe from this side. I don't know if, yep. I think you can see what happens when you do that. You get a little scar on your probes. Let's get ready to document for. Let's see. I think I can just kind of. Oh, no, 2. There we go. You think that'll be a good smoke view? So I'm going to come in here from an appropriate angle and measure 24.08 volts. So we're good. But this is, I mean, this is, you've seen this many times. It really is. The way you wouldn't think, at least I didn't. I was working on my MPCNC when I did that. And I did it twice before I realized what I was doing. Now I'm going to come in here into the insulation, hopefully. I'm hoping I can hit, nope. So I'm going to come in from this side very carefully. Hit this. I do not want to, okay, so I'm going to turn it off. Oh, mine was, I was grounding against the case. So I'd come in here and be measuring and I'd move just enough that it would arc and ground against the case. So now I'm going to pop this little protector off, see if I can actually, I can get a clean shot at those terminals on the 5-volt supply. And I'm getting 5.08 volts. So, turn this off. That test passed. Little protective cover back on there. We can hook power back up. I don't remember who, so I apologize. But whoever was asking about de-racking the gantry, are you still on? There we go. Little view of the wiring. It's managed. It's not perfect, but it's managed. I am missing one thing. The data connection from the Pi to the SKR. That is this guy right here. So we are going to oh, I shoved my thumb and got a connector header right underneath the fingernail. That was not pleasant. How does this want to go? Maybe I do like that. That'll work. That'll work. Ooh. Yeah. You got me good. I don't dare button this up, but what I will do we still have the folks around who... The LRS 350 can get loud when the fan's going full tilt, but it doesn't always do that. We are missing another thing I need to do. Where are the bits and pieces? One piece. There's another piece. And this is... The person asking about squaring the gantry. Sorry, Tracy, that's what I meant. It's the person who was asking about squaring the gantry, if they're still around. This did include a... I just grabbed this off the shelf. It did include a LDO flex plate. Let's figure out what... stack it's in. Let's put that thing on here. There you go. Okay, Tracy, we'll get you taken care of. Brett James, hi. I've rebuilt the original one. I built it and then I rebuilt it completely, reprinted everything, so a complete rebuild. And then this would be the second one I've built from scratch. So we are going to assemble the display. We're going to assemble the display and then we're going to square the gantry. Oh, crap. What happened? I think I hit a button. Okay. What are we at? Does this still tell me? Oh. Okay. So display goes in here. and it is not a good fit. These Big Tree Tech displays are not the same as the Fizetic or whatever, Fizek displays. So I don't know that I'm going to even bother putting this together right now. The rear connector is in a slightly different spot, and the control knob is different. That's annoying. So that's another note. It needs an alternate part for the display hookup. I don't think the screws will go in properly on this. Let me see. It's not 16s on this, right? Is it? Will this actually thread in? Let's find out. It may not fit well, but if we can get it to fit at all, then we can. Yeah, it's not. But that goes through there, so it should go through there. But it needs to be a 12. Where are my 12s? I've only got one 12. I think we're shy. I think we end up being shy. Screw. This is not threading into there. Why is it not? It goes through there. It should go into there. Let's try the 16s instead. Oh, of course. It's all about the belts and tension. Maybe it's a 16. This might work. There's no issue with tensioning and squaring. It's just the method for squaring, deracking the gantry. So let's turn the temperature down. I got to do another heat set insert. For the display. Temp down, turn it on. Be able to actually see. Okay, now let's get this assembled. This Big Tree Tech display doesn't work well with any of our housings. Alternate parts. I don't know why it's so close. So close, but just far enough to be a nuisance. But if you see, this doesn't line up. The Physetic one is pretty much centered there, and then even the hole for the, I mean, that's reasonably centered, but the height of the knob is significantly different, and you see the backlight when you have it on. But that's okay. This will work well enough, and we can do the last little bit of the this is going to go in here, and I think we use, are these 16s again, or is it 20s? Yeah, 16. Long boy. And then I think it came with different, longer ribbon cables. I thought, maybe? Yeah. So it has this little adapter board that connects to the EXP, and then another little header next to it on the board. So this goes in here like this. And then these longer, I assume longer. So this is one, so they're yeah, EXP1, EXP2. Of course, I didn't note which was which on the... Hey, Greg. I didn't note which was which on the board, so I'm hoping I can maybe see it through this big gap in the housing. Yes, EXP2. There we go. EXP2. EXP1. Take these through one of the hex holes in the grill. Yeah, Greg, I'm a little crazy still going, but I'm doing okay. I mean, I had a granola bar. I'm feeling fine. It's a little ridiculous to be going this long, but whatever. Holy moly, that's long. I don't know if they need to be this long. I'm just gonna hook it up. It's just EXP2. EXP2. Now we're going to set this on its top. We'll manage that here in a bit. Why did that not stay? There we go. Okay. De-racking on the switch wire. So first I want to, so what the big point is having, I use two equal height items resting on the bed, and my reference point is the rail of the x-axis, not the extrusion. Going to loosen the motor mounts so they can move, and then I'm going to tension, I'm going to move this up a little bit, but I'm going to tension each belt to what I feel is about right. So yeah, because there's a chance that your rail is not perfectly aligned to the X extrusion. This is what matters. The rail is what your tool head rides on. So I'll run this slowly since we're connected to the controller now. So slowly through its travel to kind of stabilize everything, and then rest it on the rails. And one of them, and actually I mean, this one is slightly less friction when I put it on there, but I don't want to put weight on the bed here either. I want to just kind of push these on, because the bed can still tilt. I mean, I can push this down and this goes down in easy, you know. The side that you tension will move that side down. So if I want this to be just a little bit closer to the same, I'm going to add a little bit of tension over here, run it through its motion. And they are right there at the same. And that's it. But referencing the rail, having two same height items. These are just little right angle brackets I bought off Amazon. They come in handy. You could do a 1, 2, 3 block. They're a little heavy though. Everything else you have to rely on a mesh for this. So if there's a little bit off, then the mesh will take care of it. Good. I hope that helps, Tracy. Let me know. I'd be curious. So we didn't get to the panels. We are at 9.5 hours. Way underestimated the build on this. I think I did. This was a good. I mean, I had a lot of fun. I had a great time in chat here. But I think I'm going to stick on for a few minutes. If anybody has any questions about the build, I can focus on chat. Probably call this in another 5 minutes or so. We will be back. The final part here is tighten up the motor mounts when you're done, and then technically you should check it again. Anyway, we will be back next week, and we will still have a pretty full plate. We have the enclosure to put together. We have software to install, configuration to do, test prints to run. But at 9.5 hours, I think it's probably... I'm not going to get to a point where I'm printing today in any reasonable amount of time. So I'd rather leave enough time to make a good stream next week. So, but we got the basic printer built and wired, and we can dive into some little bit of configuration and software and test print. And when I did the V0, so I did a V0 stream, the 0.1 LDO kit, but I did that only in Discord. I did that in the Discord chat, and we were able to, other people were able to talk. It was a good time. I liked it. But the problem is, well, a couple of problems, is my recording of it only got one side of the conversation, mine. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to put it up on YouTube, because people aren't going to have any clue what I'm responding to most of the time. But what was I going to say? Where was I going with that? I guess what the short part of what I was going to say is that it ended up taking me, I think, 8 hours to get to a point where I wasn't at panels, but I did have software installed. But I also did a little more prep work before that. Panels are made from acrylic. So these are a, it's called cast acrylic sheet. They are a matte finish. I don't know why it says matte side here because they're both the same, but frosted and matte. I don't know what else about them. It's just acrylic. The clear panels, I assume, are acrylic at all, but they don't have any markings on them. Oh, so thank you, Kilo. That's kind of what I was getting at. The problem with the Discord is I always felt like I was having to interrupt in order to say something about the build or what I was doing. If other people were talking, I had to delay. So this just works out so much better to just be able to respond to chat. It's late enough I could bring out a drink. It's 6:30. That's okay. Tomorrow's work. Super Smash Rail. Yeah, you absolutely can use 0.9 steppers with Switchwire. These happen to be 0.8. My first build, I think, the first time I built mine was with 0.9s. Yeah, just imagine if I had to do actual wiring on this. It'd be at least 3 streams. So next week, we'll finish this up. I still want to do a wrap-up stream on the Trident. I want to install the LED lights and those Mandela mounts. I might try to do a midweek stream on those, and I could do the whole Trident thing because I want to get that done because it's been running. Oh, hey, I can cover that, and I'll cover this again in the Trident stream. But I got the Trident done, and it was printing on stream. It did the cube just fine. Finished that, and it finished a couple other prints, but then it started skipping steps. I'm like, what the hell? What's going on? And I ended up taking the whole entire gantry apart before I found, I don't know if you can tell, maybe get the right light. You can see the wear from the bearing. I had forgotten the shim. Oops. So now that's fixed. And the next problem with it, I was getting the Max 3180, whatever the PT100 step stick, I was getting errors, over or under voltage errors on that. And that turned out to be, I ended up grabbing an older revision of those step sticks, of that little board that had a little problem on it, and the fix was to clip one of the pins. So I did that, and now it's printing well again. Tracy, I really like doing wiring, but probably not on stream. It's a pretty tedious and long process. I usually do it while I'm watching a show. Welcome back, DC. We got it together, but we're not running it today. Here, just for the last second here before I sign off, you guys stuck around and are still here at the end of my stream. Well, let me set this over here. This is what I've been working on. Oh. This is what I've been working on otherwise. And these are the alternate Z drives with the amplifier feet. So it moved the foot back, but if you look down, I don't know if you'll be able to see with this. No, I can't get a good angle. Anyway, the bolt that holds the foot on can't hit the 80 tooth stepper anymore, 80 tooth pulley. So, and then of course the redesigned front display on there. And then I've been my own little project, not part of any change in anything. Oop. I've been working on, let's see if I can get a view of this. If you can see, I'm using two, and it's dark, but I'm using two 24-pin microfit connectors so I can hopefully run little pigtails to the controllers so I can more easily swap to test different things. But that was a crimping a crimping marathon to do that. But yeah, that's my 320 millimeter spec, or the size build, the first Voron I built. Yeah, Zenbender, that was the goal of the design, is to make sure they weren't sitting there at the edges of the part. The reprint would be the Z drives, the side skirts that sit right next to them, and then the little accent piece. DJ Natty, I don't think I've had a picture on the Voron Twitter for a while, so I doubt it. I don't think I've taken any pictures of crimps. Sandre, it is a 320 X and Y, but I think 300 or 250Z. Maybe I think the frame is 320. I think it's a cube. But the actual travel on a Voron 2 is not. Maybe it's 280. I don't know. I never print that tall. Let's call it 4 more minutes if anybody has anything else. Let's call it at 6:45, and then we'll at least be shy of that 10-hour stream. My desk was absolutely spotless when we started. It's not too bad. I've got to make sure that I retain all the LDO kit stuff, so I can, because there's still some paneling and stuff, and I want to make sure that I keep track of any fasteners that might be short or anything like that. There you go, Ree. I'm pleased with the colors. I like it. I was a little iffy, but I like it. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is the 9th. Oh, the Legacy's in the other room. And I'll just say one more time, I'm not keeping this printer. So when the opportunity arises, and unfortunately yet no opportunities are planned, but when the opportunity arises, it'll be given away at an event of some sort. So nothing's planned, but that's just what Jason and I talked about. At a certain point, I've got enough printers, but I wanted to give feedback on how this goes together, and I wanted to show you guys some of the build techniques I use. S-Tickle, I don't know which one I prefer. I've been using the Voron 2 for much longer. I never built a Voron 1, a 1.8 or anything earlier than that. I had 2 Voron 2s running before I started on the Trident development. I am getting great print quality out of both, and we'll talk about it a little more, I think, in the Trident wrap-up stream, but both of my Tridents are silent now. Not silent, you know, it's as quiet as my Voron 2s. So I'm really excited about that. One lesson learned in that is Stealth Chop is not, don't run Stealth Chop. But we'll talk about that more in my Trident wrap-up stream, I think. There's a few things I want to do with it. I want to install the LED lighting and install the Mandela Roseworks kinematic bed mount, see how that works. I've test fitted it, making sure that what he came up with was working, but I haven't actually ran it. Yeah, kind of not really a part 8, but just kind of a extra innings. So you have a 2.4 printing an elongated tall boron cube. Is it correct in X and Y? It's just too tall. So I'd immediately be looking at your configuration, and are you running the rotation distance stuff, and are those settings correct? Did you use 16 tooth or 20 tooth pulleys on your Z steppers? If you want to get into it in detail, submit a V2 ticket. Submit a V2 ticket on Discord. Many eyes can get on it there, and if you send me a DM, I can be sure to check it out. DJ Natty, for LED holders, it depends on the spacing of the LEDs, which holders are best. For switchwire, these parts here, I don't know what the spacing is on it, and I haven't checked it to what LDO provided. But these are also structural for the casing. It sits up, one of these sits on each side. We'll be doing that in the next stream. So next weekend we'll finish off switchwire with this stuff. So I think with that, I'm going to call it. So thank you very much for everybody that, especially those of you that stuck around for significant amounts of time. I mean, I appreciate everybody, but yeah, we will see you next time. Yep, I'm going to go not stand up. I'm going to go get a little bit of dinner and not stand up. Thanks again, guys. I'll see you next time.